Good morning, good evening, and good afternoon, and welcome everybody back to at day 2 with Viola, the Mime. Last time, we figured out that I can probably beat the game at a relatively low level, so I was actually just farming for money in order to be able to buy staves. We're not quite done with the money farming yet. I think I need like 36,000 gold in order to be able to purchase all of them. So, well, that's going to be my goal for the beginning. I forgot that I was mimicking. Oh my goodness. The one job class where the fight command is not at the top in the list. Second one. I'm wondering whether I will ever get used to that. Maybe. Either way, last time we also had a ridiculous amount of luck, because if you see in the bottom left, we still have 0 deaths. And there was more than one opportunity for us to just get unlucky, and in fact it was kind of pretty much expected that we would get unlucky at some point. That something would just knock us out, but so far, the Mime has been mimicking Lady Luck really well. So here we are. I give it a boost. Appreciate those. So, how has your day been so far, everybody? In case you're wondering, Tuesdays is my D&D day. So that's why the stream is a bit later than I would like it to be, but at the same time, it was quite fascinating. The moment you get used to it, the game's done, and then you try to go to the left to the next class. Yep, that sounds about right. To be fair, if the next class is the freelancer, then the left is just gonna be nothing, because the freelancer will get nothing. Boost, thank you. Tell us about your D&D session. My monk died. Like, not even joking. Basically, we're in the travel through a desert, trying to reach a certain city there, where my monk has to deliver a letter, and that's kind of his entire mission. It just happens to be accompanied by a ragtag group of other people that are quite entertaining in their own way. Maybe not necessarily a, well, funny way at times, but for a D&D session, pretty good. And today, we were trying to save a bunch of people that were kidnapped by a bunch of gnolls, and the leader of the gnolls had some attacks, dealt, what was it, like 31 damage? My monk has maximum HP of 48 and took already a bunch of damage before. So the first attack knocked him out, the second attack was 2 critical failures and death saves. The third attack was on my, well, warrior buddy, but then I rolled a 7. So, good night. I mean, that's just the nature of the game. I mean, look at the bright side. I get to try out some new weird character concepts, which is kind of my favorite thing. So, I'm not sure. If anybody has interesting character concepts, like, however you think are interesting, like something really overpowered, or something that is just really wacky, or just a theming, I'm actually curious to hear about it, because I'm still looking for what might be next. Oh, wave. I got overkilled basically? Not quite. Like, overkill I think is the concept of you taking more than your HP into the negative in damage. It was more just, I was down, and the melee attack is an automatic critical hit, which means 2 failed death saves. And so I needed, well, you only get 3 death saves, the third one is, it's game over, so to speak. And you need to roll a 10 or higher, and I didn't, so there's that. Actually, it's kind of fitting for the theme for my D&D session, because pretty much all my rolls were really terrible. Like, I rolled consistently 3 and 4s for my, like, stealth and stuff today. But yeah, even if somebody watches this in the VOD or highlight, I would be quite interested to hear if you have any interesting D&D character themes or concepts. Something that is just interesting. Like, let's put it this way, Absurd as a character, which, okay, I'm gonna stop waving, but thank you. Absurd as a character, for anybody who may not know, by Puffin Forest on YouTube, is a fantastic concept. I wouldn't quite play that, but I'm looking for silly things like that. You have no idea about good god characters, that's fair. It is always rough when the dice are angry. Yep, I used up all my luck in the Mime run yesterday. But yeah, I mean, there's never going to be a guarantee that you make it through in a D&D adventure. That's just the nature of the game, and if you get unlucky, then that's how it is. Boost, thank you for the boost. Welcome to you, Ricodactylus. I hope you have a nice time so far. Hooray! Welcome to you, Moonman. Hope you have a nice day as well. And welcome to anybody else who might have joined us. I don't know whether the people who are boosting also want to be recognized or whether they just prefer lurking, so I'm just gonna say hello and thank you. I hope you have a nice day so far. You forgot how well this went yesterday. Yeah, that was kind of ridiculous. And I didn't even have any devs going for Soul Cannon. Which, to be fair, with the kind of level of equipment and tools we had, was decently likely, but by no means guaranteed. Are you invincible? Not quite. So the thing is, the Mime can equip all sorts of armor, that includes all the heavy armor as well. And shields and stuff. The wolves here are relatively early game enemies, they just happen to give a lot of money per wolf encounter. And I'm looking right now to get a bunch of money, which is why I'm here. Welcome to the lurk. That lurk emote is really cute. I like it. I have 2 lurk emotes. Well, the Grimer originally was supposed to be like, either you can use it as in the Yaga L is either a laugh with the heart or a lurk with the L as well. But I feel like if you don't specifically spell out what it's supposed to mean, then it's kind of ambiguous. And I also feel like people might not use it as much because, well, it's ambiguous. So instead of being able to use it for multiple purposes, the emotes, it's more of a concept that people just don't necessarily know what to use it for. And this stream sends regards. Yeah. Andy has such nice emotes, the pug is great. And then again, Andy's stream is also pretty awesome too. Actually, I haven't watched him in a while. I have no idea what he's up to nowadays. Then again, I feel like the only time the things I've ever seen him stream is, aside from A Link to the Past, was the car ball thingy, whatever it's called. I keep wanting to say cluster ball for that, but that's a completely different game. I should play that again sometime. In ages. Boost, thank you. Welcome to you, Pressure. Hope you have a nice day. The money dogs are weak, but have valuable luxurious pelts, like beavers. Like beavers? Rocket League, there we go, that's the one. I mean, Cluster Ball would also be kind of a fitting name, wouldn't it? Yeah, that's a different game. I still remember the game Cluster Ball, even though I've only ever played the demo version, or shareware version, I don't know what it was at that time. But it was just so memorable to me. One of my first online gaming experiences where you literally just fly on specific tracks relatively precisely, and you collect, like, well, cluster balls, then you fly them through rings in order to score. Kinda neat. Oh, I can't wave while I'm holding coffee. Wave, wave. I'm waving now. Welcome to you as well, if that's it, however, and anybody who else might have joined us. Thank you for the boost. I do appreciate those. So yeah, welcome everybody. We're just grinding away. We are I think my goal was to get like 36,000 gold here. I will probably leave once we reach like 34,000, because I also want to reach level 41. And at level 41, my goal is going to be, I don't know whether that's going to work properly yet or not, my goal is going to be to go through the rest of the game at 41, never leveling up anymore. Which initially is going to be relatively easy, because level 41 is really high level for World 1, and also a large portion of World 2. But after that, it's going to be tricky. Hey, Flea. Can you say that Twitch app really annoys you now? You had to open this on web because audio is off-key on the app. Oh, that sounds annoying indeed. I think the off-key tends to happen when it just kind of like stretches or compresses the video that goes slightly faster or slightly slower, because it tries to catch up to the current live status. At least that's what I guess what is happening. It would make sense at least. But it's just kind of like accordioning. Is that even a word? It's really annoying. Any data bosses that might be difficult in that target level? Apocalypse. Yes. Then again, we can use Venom Rods. He's weak to Venom or Poison. Let's put it this way. In comparison to other characters, nothing particularly much difficult, but there's going to be a few challenges along the way where it's going to be very likely / easy to die. And yes, actually I wanted to be level 40 because level 40 is a cluster of useful level thresholds, but 41 just makes more sense because level 5 Doom cannot hit me then. Or for that matter, level 2 old. Honestly, level 5 Doom is not even that big of a concern because I will largely be using the bone mail anyways. But level 2 old would be a concern because even if you have the bone mail and you're immune to the old status, level 2 old still hits you. It's weird. Hello, and welcome. Yeah, to be fair, Apocalypse is not gonna be as bad, because being able to just break Venom Rods is going to be nice and consistent damage. Then again, it's not gonna be faster than the Monk, but we will have more magic evasion, so that might help. Bones still get old. Yep. Eventually they go to dust. Boost. Thank you for all the boosts, holy cow. Again, I don't really know what it does. I have no idea whether it helped last time at all, but I do appreciate those, everybody. You might know about this being from Switzerland. Back to frontier days in West USA, Canada explored beaver pelts and were primary source of hard currency. They were apparently high in demand and commanded huge prices in Paris and Canton. I did not know that, but it's interesting. Please don't hunt beavers. Thank you. Old is one of the best status effects in the game. Happy to that carried over to other Final Fantasy games. Yes, it's very interesting, but also at the same time, kind of frustrating, honestly. Like, let's say you've never played this game before and you run into a Soul Cannon. Then it just kind of ults 3 of your characters. They are effectively useless, because you relied on them just dealing some damage. And suddenly you don't deal any damage or healing anymore. I understand why they didn't carry ult over, but I do think it's a very interesting status effect, nonetheless. Beavers, you know, for fancy hats. Right. I would prefer fancy hats without beavers. But had not that much trouble when finally skipping him with the Monk? Yeah. Apocalypse, that's just kind of the nature of the beast. He's just a blue mage, and it's a lot like Carbos actually. He just has a lot of effects that can instantly kill you, and that's just how it is. It was interesting how much an extra multiplier of damage for the monk held with Apocalypse. Yeah, that's definitely true as well. It is such a huge difference, you'd gain just a few levels on the monk. Happy Karnak uses money dogs for their fancy hats. Right. Or maybe we are just kind of looting the stash that the doggies leave behind. You know, their life savings? I'm not sure that's any better actually, now that I think about it. Question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark is dangerous. Yes, it very much can be, which by the way, that's the blue magic type attack that the dogs here also use. It deals damage equivalent to your missing HP, which is why you sometimes see the doggy attack here and you steal 0 damage, because they haven't lost any HP until they are dead, but then they can't use the revenge attack anymore. Calling it revenge attack rather than question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark is easier to say. But it's the same thing in my book. Yep, that one. Oh yeah! I guess my D&D name is now also Revenge Attack. Because a monk is gone. Oh well. Yaga? Alright, either way, how is everybody today? Good morning, good evening, and good afternoon. I hope you have an excellent time so far. Was supposed to evoke an emote of question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark. I get revenge? Attack? Yeah, I think you cannot use special characters in emote naming. Puzzled. That's great. There's so many good ones. To be fair, a lot of them have like similar concept, like the Baru emotes are often just kind of like conceptually copied with the zip and the bonk. And I think they're just great. Oh, it's fine. One of the tricky things I tend to find is, unless I mouse over these emotes like the Pimp Fine, and also actually the Andy Puzzled, I actually don't exactly see what they're supposed to like represent. My monitor is relatively far away and small on the laptop where I have the chat, so it's kind of hard to distinguish. That reminds me, should I probably answer Baron Haynes sometime of the thingy? You're listening while mining in Story of Seasons. Oh, good luck to you. Story of Seasons. Now I'm curious what that is, because I think I've heard about it. Oh yeah, that looks a lot like... That looks a lot like Harvest Moon. Wow. Hope you enjoy. Did we all get all the money we planned yesterday and then figured out we need a little more? No, we didn't get all the money yesterday. I decided to, well, start the day with a bit of grinding so people had time to join before we actually went further. I still need to gain the levels for 41, and we're off. Harvest Moon Back to Nature is the original game back on PSX. Oh, so it is a Harvest Moon game. Didn't realize that. Okay. Okay. 'Alrighty, this should be fine, so I'm gonna go ahead and... What? 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 Alrighty, this should be fine, so I'm gonna go ahead and buy all the rods that I need. I'm actually thinking about this. I'm gonna real quick check. Is there any particular rod that I don't want? Is the question in my brain right now. Like, there might be certain bosses that I can't use certain rods for, but splitting them up might not make the most sense either. Let's see. Gilgamesh does not have a weakness. Neither does Gilgamesh 2, Utmost. Crystals technically do, but I plan on not using rods there anyways. Gilgamesh 4 is fine. Exdev, we have something else. Oh, I forgot about Antline. Oh wait, no I didn't. Antline, we have Fairies, so I have the sleep spell already. Yeah, I already have the sleep spell. Yeah, don't worry about that. Gargos, we will have to check the knife. We're fine, okay. So no, it doesn't matter which elemental rod I use. I'm probably just going to see fire, ice, and thunder rods. I will want to actually have some fire rods for Merugene, but that's about it. I'm gonna get 10 fire rods, and the rest we invest into thunder rods. And the thunder rods for now I will also use in order to level up on Black Flames to level 41. Boost! Thank you everybody. When I first read about the boosting thing, well, it's kind of like on Twitter somebody mentioning boost, and it's like, huh, are you playing marbles on stream now? Because that's the only thing I could think of when thinking of boost. So, that's a thing. Back row, no, front row is fine. Let me also rearrange my... Oh no, they are actually already perfectly arranged. Boost, thank you, and good morning everybody. I hope you're doing well. The Japanese games that were released there were named Harvest Moon. The game was rebranded to Story of Seasons. Not so much still owns the name Harvest Moon, so they still release Harvest Moon games, but they are not the same series as they used to be. Very confusing. I see. Your chat is too good at saving frogs, you can't get one past them. Yep. Because why do you sacrifice frogs? That's kind of mean. Because Rabbi lost them. Well, Rabbi lost all kinds of things that they can't just romp and eat. So just bring it a piece of pizza. Way better. Friends are food, not frogs. What? No. That's a weird thing to say. One think Frog focus more on the farming confidence and the other focus more on the world building confidence. I see. Good morning to you, Etier. It's going quite fine, thank you. We have arrived at the point where I probably just need to get the required level, or my goal level, then we're good to go. Technically I could try to get a level later, but it's just more efficient right now. And I like efficiency a lot. As I've mentioned before, I'm basically kind of optimizing for real time, and this means I also have my level grinding in more focused bursts rather than just leveling along the way. I think leveling along the way has its appeal overall, but to me it's always just like, that's kind of inefficient. Especially if the enemies don't give proper experience compared to other places. But... oh well. Completely random note. We could technically do a brief blade run with the Gladiator, couldn't we? Technically also with the Freelancer. Oh no, let's not do that. Yeah, let's not do that to Freelancer. Armp. Yeah, the Jäger Monthly. Please everybody, even if you are not going to watch the Jäger Monthly this Saturday, which starts at 1 PM European time, which is 7 in the morning, I guess, US time, but it's gonna go on for 12 to 16 hours. I'm actually not sure yet. Even if you are not planning on watching it, I would appreciate if you could vote on it, just so I have a general idea on what the preferences are of people. Need more Grimrock quotes? I was kind of hoping for a few... Like, I'm a bit biased on this straw poll here. I was kind of hoping for a bit more Call of the Sea votes myself. But it's fine. But yeah, Graveyard Keeper is great too. I wanted to play Graveyard Keeper last year, when it did get a new expansion added, and I hadn't played since like 2 expansions or so. And it felt like the perfect time, but I just didn't get around to it. Grimrock is the only game on the list that you know and played. Legend of Grimrock is great. I don't really remember a whole lot of it, but there's like 2 key things that I remember about Legend of Grimrock that I really enjoyed about it. My first playthrough of it was without auto-mapping. And I didn't draw a map, so I was just doing everything in my head. But that was pretty neat. Worked out pretty well. And I was super happy figuring out one of the puzzles. Spoilers if you don't want to know about the puzzle in Legend of Grimrock, because that game is great and you should just play it yourself if you haven't. But if you don't care about spoilers, the thing I'm referring to is... in one of the hallways, you walk down, and then suddenly you come into a room that looks exactly like the one you just left. In fact, it is the room you just came from, and it might be really confusing you. Until you figure out that, hang on a second, you walk down that hallway again, and then you notice a little change in the distance. The game actually just turned you around on the spot without notifying you. And I was actually pretty proud of myself to figure that out. That's great. Because as I said, I didn't play with a map, so I imagine with auto-mapping that would have been a lot more obvious and easy. By the way, Graveyard Keeper is great. Then again, Return of the Obra Dinn I think is going to be amazing too, whenever I get around to playing it. So it's going to be Shadowrun Returns. It's gonna be great. Whenever I get around to playing it. Shadowrun Returns and Legend of Grimrock are the 2 games on the list that I have played already. And the plan with Shadowrun Returns is to subsequently also play the other Shadowrun games. That's gonna be the plan. Thank you, Wings Washington, welcome. How are you doing today? So what level are we? 36. I guess it's gonna take a while, huh? 37 now. Because I'm less than 1,000 experience away from level 37. Lurk, enjoy your lurking. Alrighty, welcome everybody for the initial grind, and then we try to walk through the rest of the game on this level. Hey y'all! You're doing well, that's nice. Tend to play like an idiot meathead. Interesting. So, one of the things I distinctly remember about when I played Shadowrun Returns was... at the time, it was really difficult for me, and still kind of is honestly, to just kind of immerse myself in the game, to just try and learn and live the lore of the world, and just figure out the backstories and get actually intrigued by the stories and background information about the entire world. And I've never really been into sci-fi and these kinds of things. But at the same time, Shadowrun Returns was seemingly really well liked at the time, and I figured, well, let's give it a shot. I'm gonna try and just focus only on the game, not watch anything on the side. And, well, it was a pretty good experience from what I remember. I don't remember a whole lot, but nowadays I also know that while it is a tactics game, I really enjoyed it because it wasn't a huge party of characters that I played with, which is kind of a thing I know now that I don't enjoy as much. But just kind of because of the limited scope of the party, it was actually quite nice. That way I could focus more on the individual characters. You also played Graveyard Keeper. Oh yeah, I forgot how I did say that the only two games I played were Grimrock and Shadowrun Returns, huh? I would guess I was more referring to off-stream, because everybody knows I have played Graveyard. No, I've just forgot about it for some reason. You're correct. Oops. Pressure finds a wild grimer lurking on the edge of the stream. He places a plate of food on the ground to get the grimer to come closer. Upon seeing the food, several grimers swarm the plate. Pressure leads the gaggle of grimers to the food box where they happily make themselves at home. It's great. I don't know who came up with it being called a gaggle of grimers in order to describe a group of grimers, but I'm okay with this. Sounds perfectly, well, descriptive. A gaggle of grimers, but when they evolve, it's a running of mucks. What? Please don't run amok. The grimers don't mind, they're always happy. Yep. Never evolve the grimers, because then they're not gonna be as happy looking. Maybe Muck is just really happy under the hood, but it just doesn't look like it. Running of mucks. Right. I just never heard of a descriptor of a running. So it was a bit out there for me, but makes sense. No, actually I did get it, running amok. I did get it, so like, I was weirded out by it, something being called a running. The question mark betrayed you. But why? The bulls are run? By the way, I was kind of considering making like a month of indie game platformers, like Metroidvania or just kind of generally platforms. Because recently there has been a significant influx of seemingly really crazy good platformers. Mel was playing one that looked really good, then there was the... what's the other one called? Cyber Shadow or something like that also looked really good. Then there has been Meat Boy Forever that looked really good. I should probably play some of these sometime. Platformers don't tend to be as lengthy, so I would, unless you play La Mulana, I should be able to finish them within a reasonable time, so we can get to the next one. I was just kind of thinking about them. You were not really impressed. Interesting. From what I've seen, I actually really liked it. You like them. Maybe I should start with the very first Metroidvania I played and completed. Alright, does anybody want to guess what my very first Metroidvania was that I played and completed? I'm gonna tell you, but I'm actually curious what people might guess, because I've mentioned it before, but it was a long time ago. Alright, yeah, the guesses are Symphony of the Night, Metroid 2, Super Metroid. Oh! Alright, so here's a little caveat. I said completed. Technically, the very first Metroidvania I played was actually Metroid 2 on the Game Boy. I've never got far in it, but my friend at the time just lent me his cartridge for like a few days. And I dabbled in the world. It was interesting, but I was also really scared. The evolving mean bees. Mario Bros. 3? I don't think that's a Metroidvania, but I have played that, and I like it a lot. Either way, the very first Metroidvania I have played and completed, I guess emphasis on completed in this case. No, unfortunately not Cave Story. I have not played Cave Story yet. And I only have played Castlevania Symphony of the Night recently, actually. So the game is actually a pretty obscure one. It's called Bunny Must Die. And thinking back, the platforming mechanics were actually very wonky. But I did enjoy the challenge, and I had no idea what I was getting into, but it was kind of fun to play. Is Mime without any other jobs basically a freelancer with limited equipment? Largely, yes. Because the Mimic ability isn't really useful for anything with one exception that I know about. The Mimic ability can be used in order to reuse elixirs on yourself, just kind of endlessly, without consuming the elixir. That's the only thing I know about. Okay. I might have stuck around with the walls a bit too long, because now I have a bunch more money than that. Bunny Must Die is so fun. It was quite intriguing to me at the time. So unique, because I had never really played anything like it that I, well, was consciously aware of. Then again, technically I have, as I mentioned, with Super Metroid or Metroid 2. Just didn't realize it at the time. Can you mimic rod breaking? Technically yes, but you need to equip another rod. And it's going to break that other rod as well, so practically it doesn't really help you in any capacity. So basically what you do is you mimic using the equipped item. That's what you mimic. And unfortunately it doesn't mimic the effect of the rod, it just mimics using the item, whatever you might have in hand. Broken is still your favorite Metroidvania. The music is just outstanding. It really is, I do agree. Have you talked a lot about you have talked a lot about playing the I Want to Be as a Guy sequels. Oh, I went to the wrong place apparently. What do you think of the original? You love the Fruits and Moons. So the original was, well, maybe unsurprisingly, my original introduction to the I Wanna Be the Guy genre in, like, general. And I really enjoyed the challenge. So the way I actually originally got introduced to it was we were at the end of IT school, like it was literally just, we were at a camp at the time, just IT school, it's actually somewhere in Italy, curiously enough, just to do some projects and have a bit of fun, I guess. At the very end of IT school, that is. And one of the guys, everybody had laptops by the way, pretty much. One of the guys showed me, hey, you're pretty good at games, right? And he showed me this game. If you can beat this game without dying too much, you have my deepest respect. Of course I died a lot, but it's like, that is really interesting, what is that game? And I loved the challenge because to me, I Want to Be the Guy was a puzzle platformer. And I really, really enjoyed the entire game. It was such a weird concept to me. Because at the time I didn't really care much about platformers. But that kind of platforming was just really intriguing. Since it's different in the sense that regular platforms at the time, if you die, you just wait like 15 seconds for the death animation, then another 10 seconds until you get back into the level, and then another like 20 seconds until you're finally back to where you might have died, or even slower than that. I Wanna Be the Guy is like, you press a button and whoop, you're immediately back in the action. It's great. And so the focus was much more on figuring out the individual platforming, and a lot of it was just puzzling because there was just a lot of traps, or still are, I guess, that just straight up kill you if you don't know about them. And of course, you don't know about them going through there the first time. So you just walk through there, get killed, you know that it happens now, so you start figuring out, okay, what is my goal in order to avoid that? You try a bunch of things and you eventually progress further. Did that or VVV come first? That sort of style is much more common now. I actually have no idea. High precision platforming with frequent checkpoints? Yeah, I really like those actually overall. Super Metroid is a really good game, but it's also a game I've only more recently actually played through myself. Have I played Celeste? Yes, Celeste is amazing. Actually, if I were to make a top games list, Celeste is absolutely in there. Because that game, and that might seem weird, has two things that I absolutely love. One is the sound design. That's probably the weird part about it, but the other one is how it effectively rewarded my kind of exploration. Which is very, very unusual. Because my kind of exploration is usually just, oh, this is a weird trick, I can use that to get out of bounds. I've gotten out of bounds in The Messenger and in all sorts of games, but in Celeste, there's a heart at the end of this thing. Did the developers actually realize I could do that? That's amazing. So that was just kind of mind-blown moment right there. VVV was 2010. I wanna be the guy was 2007. I see. I know normal mimicking fails when you try to breaking rods, but if you equip a rod before mimicking, does it consume the rod when you just equip, or does it behave like an infinite item? You know, I think I should try that, Red Magus Clawmus. If you have the opportunity, you could remind me of trying that on... what's the next boss coming up? Archeo Avis, I guess. That would be excellent. I assume it consumes the rod, but to be fair, I didn't try it. I should try it. I think that's an excellent thing to try. It's not actually the soundtrack I'm referring to, although the soundtrack of Celeste is amazing. I'm literally talking about the sound design, the footsteps, and all the little things about it. Or like the sound, well, I guess the music as well, just kind of really, really adds to the atmosphere. It is so detailed and so much attention to detail. What kind of solo Mime do in this game? Well, mainly break rods. The Mime command doesn't really do much at all for you, Crow. The one thing you can do with a Mime command is you can mime using an elixir on yourself, and it does not consume the elixir. However, most of the other consumable items do actually get used up, so it's not as useful as you would like it to be. So Solo Mime is effectively a character who can equip all armor, but only specific weapons, but a shield too, so kind of restricted. I asked you to see a run of Guy 1, you couldn't run any of your YouTube. Oh, see? There was actually recently a remake or a remaster of I Wanna Be the Guy, the original. But I may want to play that again as well. Break rods, attack things, drink the same elixir over and over again to disastrous digestive consequences. Maybe. I wonder how viable it would be if breaking rods isn't allowed. It would be a lot more boring, I think. You wouldn't have too much trouble in a lot of cases, because a shield just really alleviates a lot of trouble you can possibly have. Daggers are a really good weapon type, and once you get past a certain point you will have the double lance. You will also... well, I guess your stats aren't that great though, huh? It could work. You can definitely do this without breaking rods as a mime. I just feel like it would be a lot less interesting. Then again, you could argue that, well, breaking rods isn't interesting to begin with. Which I kind of agree too. It's just like Which one do you want to pick? Hey Golthor, welcome! I love that smile. And welcome, I hope you're doing well. Can you mime using the chicken knife? You can mime attacking. So basically what you mime is the action that your previous character takes and not what the end result is. So you can't mime attacking as a successful attack, you mime the fight command. And the fight command can subsequently still proc whatever your weapon to proc is. I think. Freelancer will be mine, but good, and there are a lot of cool weapons with weird situational uses. Exactly! I'm really looking forward to the Freelancer because I want to try and take as much advantage of all the wacky and weird things that you basically don't get to since you can't really use the combination of equipment usually. It's gonna be great. But I have to admit, I'm kind of intimidated by the Freelancer because I know it's going to be like an entire day of me just wanting to plan. Like I don't have to. I could just play Freelancer and it would be fine, and figure it out along the way. But I just feel like I would miss opportunities for interesting interactions, so I really kind of want to plan ahead with the Freelancer. Yes, it is up for vote what is going to be the next one. And yes, the ribbon is going to be insanely good. Like, your average stats are baseline 24. But with the ribbon, it's baseline 25, because you're not gonna equip anything aside from the ribbon. Well, with maybe one exception. If you want to get immunity to confusion, you might equip a tiara briefly, because that's the one immunity you don't get from a ribbon. Then again, you get it from the bone man. Yes, the Deathless Mime solo character is actually going really well, which is a big surprise that it's still deathless. It very well might just change on the next boss. The next boss coming up is Archeo Eris, and the final phase is going to be a huge dice roll, where it's very likely that we will just straight up die, due to the number of status effects that can afflict us. We have really good physical evasion, which is the important part for Archeo Eris. Also we are level 40, one more! Which is the important part for Archeo Eris, but yeah. The big thing about Lance is to make sure you get the right drop from Liquid Flame. Yes, absolutely. With the Flame Bow. I mean, you could just use a Fire Rod, but that's kind of what I want to avoid as a freelancer. I want to try and use all sorts of things that are not breaking rods, if I can somehow help build 248060 divided by 1450. Okay, 17 and a little bit more experience. 17 encounters and a little bit more experience. Oh, that's what you were asking. Freelancer would not break rods. Right. I will be breaking probably the rod in order to get past Magisa, because, again, being able to equip and use the rod is an ability in itself. But since we've largely done that with the Mime already, I would try to do everything else aside from that. With maybe the exception of Soul Cannon. I might just break rods and Soul Cannon. But I'm not sure about that yet. I haven't planned it out. Ribbon does not prevent aging status, does it? Ribbon prevents a lot of statuses, but I don't think aging is among them. Ribbon, status immunity, death, stone, toad, poison, darkness, aging, and berserk and mute. Oh, it is among aging, so you don't even have to farm an angel ring. You want to get past Soul Cannon without using the thingies. That's very awesome, actually. How will this mine deal with Atmos? No access to sleep and low damage. I will be doing it the way most solo characters did already. And instead of having my entire party dead at the beginning of the battle, I will just kill them off one by one by one. It's kind of a compromise between not wanting to do insane over-leveling with characters, and if you just don't have any other tools. Basically not doing that and facing Atmos straight up is what I call the true solo character challenge way. Because, well, it is a true way. But I feel like it's a fair compromise when it's like, well, it's more interesting to not overlevel for the rest of the game, and I feel like Mime definitely falls into that category. It's not an awful idea to rot Ifrit and Biblos still too, honestly. Yeah. Especially Ifrit, you don't really have a good way of dealing with him, do you? Well, that's not entirely true. You do have a fair bit of physical evasion. Biblos has a flame bow. I mean, yeah, yes, Liquid Flame can drop a flame bow for Biblos. But it's still a physical attack that gets halved if he uses armor. And has a 30% chance to miss. It's kind of the unfortunate part when you use a bow as not a ranger. The initial bows have such a high chance to miss. I do believe it is the tornado form we need to defeat Liquid Flame in. You would still snap the rod just to avoid the headache. Yeah, that's fair. I'll see how it's going to work. I don't know yet. Meow. Meow. Snapping rods is fine in my opinion. It's a benefit of the class. It is, definitely. It's just I feel like it's more interesting if you try to use the other tools. But yes, being able to equip and use rods in order to break them is an ability in itself. We're almost there. Almost there. Let me actually think about this. Archeob is... third form is fire, fourth form is lightning. I need a bunch of fire and lightning rods actually for Archeob specifically. So will we be farming holy sticks for X-Dev? Yes! That's part of the plan. I haven't quite figured out what the best way to farm the sticks is. Also 210 experience remain. I'm gonna get the rest inside the thing with like, I don't know, individual encounter. But yes, the plan is to get, I think, 4 holy rods I've calculated. I might need to redo the calculation, unless I wrote it down. Did I write it down? I did write down a lot. Nope, I didn't. Alright, I think it was 4 holy staves, because I deal only like 4000 damage per holy. Holy has 241 attack power, I do remember, so let me actually do this real quick. I will have... actually mage equipment, curious enough. So that is plus 4 spell power. So I have baseline 26, plus 4 is 30 spell power. And my thing is 241 magic attack. And The enemy has 0 defense because he's weak to it, and we will deal double damage. And at level 41, I don't get any benefit from the mage equipment. Either way, yes, it's about 4000 damage per stick. I need 4 and some change. I mean, I will have other elemental rods to break as well, so it's gonna be fine. Like, I still have some leftover lightning and fire rods to bridge the gap. That's the idea. So I'm gonna go with 25 rods. Let's get 10 ice rods. So that's 30 rods total. And whether I invest the rest into these, or do I want to buy anything else? I think I have everything else, so it's fine. Thunder rods are going to be my go-to unless he is gonna be immune. Maybe get a couple of extra holistics just in case. The problem with this is that it's just going to take a long time to grind them out. And the idea about restricting how many I need or want is literally just because I don't want to farm them for a long time. I actually will have some tools to farm them with. I will start farming them once we can enter the XF castle, and my goal is to grab a... Oh, I'm actually gonna level up in there. Unless I get lucky. I was going to get a berserk rod, but maybe I just grab the double lance from inside and then go outside. Maybe the... I don't know, we'll figure it out. Like either the double lance or the wind daggers, because they are weak to wind. Okay, either way, let's finally go into the Ronka ruins. Hey Drazar, welcome. How are you doing today? Other than the snow, you're quite well. Ah, I see. Ice too. Oh. Fire too. Oh. Oh. Bye. What? Hey Manabots, welcome. Hope you're doing well. Well, since I can actually equip the heavier armor, it makes sense for me to equip the... or to grab the gold equipment. I did not mean to mimic big whoops. I keep forgetting that I need to press left in order to attack. I need a little bit more experience for level 41, and this is my experience right here. White Wind. He has 482 HP left. Well, now he has less than that. Various gain the level. Alrighty. Wait, you can actually walk... I thought I had to sneak by the corner there. Either way, gold armor, better defense than the other equipment I have, but also very heavy, as you might expect. Consequently, it's gonna slow me down if I reach another threshold of equipment weight. If I equip it. I don't actually plan on equipping it. Because the biggest concern about the next encounter coming up is actually going to be... well... having a better chance to evade magical effects. Elixir acquired. But I'm going to go all the way out of my way to grab the gold shield. It's kind of a lengthy trek, to say the least. But it is definitely worthwhile. So how does the weight system in this game work? It's kind of simple, honestly. Your equipment has weight to it. So every 8 equipment weight, you effectively just lose 1 agility in terms of speed. So for example, if I had 7 or less equipment weight, I would not lose any speed at all. However, because I have 11, I lose 1 agility. If I had 16, I would lose 2 speeds, so to speak. Speed and agility is basically interchangeable. The gold equipment here would actually bring me up to equipment rate 16, which means I would lose 1 additional agility on top of the stealth rope, also not providing the volatility as well. But if I went to straight physical defense, it would be better. And there's my gold shield. The gold shield, a bit heavier, but actually it's not more heavier, curiously enough. But it has 1 more physical defense, but more importantly it has 5% more evasion. So instead of 25% chance to block, we now have a 30% chance to block. And let me tell you, the most dangerous thing in the upcoming boss fight is going to be the physical attacks that also inflict status effects. So we hopefully will be able to mostly circumvent these. No problem. The Snakebird has a lot of save or die physical attacks. Yep, especially or mainly in the last phase. Hey Dane, Brett. Welcome. It's going quite well, thank you. Hope you're doing well as well. There's 1 high potion right here. I assume we can also multiply the high potions, but I don't actually know. Probably should heal once in a while in case I get into an awkward back attack. High potion, high potion. Snakebird is an interesting puzzle game, by the way, if you've ever played that one. 5,000 gold, ancient sword, full moon, and another power ring. We can equip a power ring. We, however, cannot equip the ancient sword. Ancient sword is one of my favorite tools overall, even though the aging status effect in Final Fantasy V for the Super Nintendo is not really working the way it should. Basically, the way it should work is if the aging status affects an enemy or character, they lose levels and stats. The enemies lose levels, your character only loses stats. And you're supposed to, well, lose damage because your stats are lowered. However, generally speaking, the enemies in the Super Nintendo version have their attack multipliers and their attack power fixed, which means it actually does not get modified, with some weird exceptions. Either way, they don't recalculate what the attack modifier multiplier is supposed to be, it just still deal the same damage for the most part. They are still going to be slower, their agility gets reduced to 1 eventually, so you might actually be able to outrun them, but that's kind of the only benefit of it. Alrighty, welcome to the save point where we will likely return to for our first death, because the probability of surviving the final phase of the Archaeavis boss here, it's pretty decently high that we are going to get knocked out at least once, maybe twice or 3 times. Let's see how this is going to go. With our decently high level, it's not gonna be too terribly bad, but we'll see, we'll see. Hayudora. It's not a Hydra, it's a Hayudora. The gold shield already coming in handy. Both attacks blocked. Alrighty, let's see. Do I want to change anything about my equipment? Yes. I'm gonna equip the Bard rope here, so I'm going to lose 1 agility and a bit of physical defense. And I'm also going to maybe equip the Plumed Hat? Actually, I don't know whether that 1 strength is gonna make a difference, so let me check that real quick, everybody. Sorry about that. So I have 28 strength right now. I'm low 41. Oh, 41 is actually 1 away from a multiplier. Huh. What if I had... Wait, I have 29 agility right now. That'd make a difference. Oh. Okay. Still 1 level away. So if I had 1 more strength, I would actually be able to deal more damage. I guess we're not gonna get that. The 1 agility shouldn't make a difference, I think. What if I have 27 strength and 28 agility? Level 41. Actually, it does make a difference, so this allows me to actually do more damage with this. Either way, the Bard clothes gives me a decently high magic evasion, so we have a better chance of surviving the attacks. And hey Cluck, thank you for your kind words. I'm glad you enjoyed them. I hope you have a good time so far. Alrighty, let's get this going, shall we? Welcome to Archeo Avis. Likely the first boss that is going to give us a first death. Then again, that's what I thought on Carl boss. Who knows, maybe we get lucky again. Alrighty. I think I want to actually start in the back row. Does it matter? It shouldn't actually really matter because the main danger is going to be his special attacks. Either way, Archeo has 5 different forms. The first 4 each have 1800 HP. What this means is that it starts with having no element. In fact, it is weak against wind, if you have some wind-based attack. And it has really high physical defense, but 0 magic defense initially. So we're just gonna hit him here with Thunder Rod, but that is almost enough. We actually need a little bit more damage here in order to push him into his phase 2. He's still in his wind form, so to speak. Breath Wing. So in pretty much every form he has a 25% attack, which means he deals 25% of my maximum health in damage, which... that's a lot of damage, let's put it that way. I'm a doofus. I forgot to mimic the rod anyways. Actually, I can try this now, can't I? Yeah, let's see whether this works. 38. Either way, damage does not carry over to the next phase, so he now has 1800 HP again. 1600 HP again. Okay, it did use up the elemental rod. Now, my next hit is going to deal less magic damage, because he gains, over the course of the fight, he gains more and more magic defense and less physical defense, until in the final 5th form, where he has 2500 HP and is immune against basically all magic, well, at least all elements, and has 0 physical defense. So the idea here is to just push him into the next phase sooner rather than later. Yeah, I'm just gonna go for this one here. Why did you explain? Change. Oh well, this is fine. He's fine. Anyway, this should knock him... Oh, that's not enough damage. He's currently in his ice form. And you know what? The ice form is actually one of the least dangerous ones, because it is always exactly 240 damage to your entire party. So here I actually have an opportunity to heal up a little bit. So, Archeo Avis always has 3 actions he can take in the first 4 forms. The first action is an elemental attack based on its current element, in this case it's ice. I know Blaze does not look like ice, but it is ice elemental attack. The other one is a regular physical attack, kind of boring, but the dangerous stuff he can do is he can use a physical attack that also inflicts a certain status effect. So basically, what Archeo Avis can do is inflict me with a status effect that, well, could be really devastating. In the first one, it was HP leak, so not that big of a deal. In the second one here, it is actually poison, which not that big of a deal, but kind of annoying. In the third one, it's going to be right now, which is the fire form. In the third one, it is going to be I didn't write that down. I think it is blind attack. I didn't write that down. Why did I not write that down? Flame, once again, 25% of my maximum health in damage. And I should be able to knock him out there in terms of physical. I'm gonna equip the healing rod again, I heal myself, just kind of preserving elixirs. I probably don't even have to do that. Alright, fine right now. Okay, let's see what it is. Okay, we are blinded. Being blinded does not matter for our healing or, well, breaking a rod, but it really does matter. We equip a Guardian Dagger for an additional 1 in 4 chance to block physical attacks. It really does matter for me attacking with physical attacks, which I will have to in the final form, basically. So I'm going to remove the blind, even with the risk of him just reapplying it. But we have actually a lot of physical evasion. We have a 30% chance through the shield, we have a 1 in 4 chance through the Guardian Dagger, and another 1 in 3 chance from the Elf Cape to dodge physical attacks. And this is why I really want to be in the front row using physical attacks. And let's just use it, it's fine. Alrighty, now we are in phase 4. He is now in his lightning phase, which means he will use thunder and all these kinds of things. Thunder once again, a 25% attack. But more importantly, I cannot use my thunder rod anymore, so I'm just going to use the fire rod instead. So just a little bit more damage and we will push him into his next phase. I feel like it's gonna be really important to push him into his next phase with basically full HP. So I'm going to use a high potion here, because I want to keep the Guardian Dagger equipped in this case. I'm just gonna mimic the high potion. It should not actually use it up, I think. We have 2 high potions left. Let's see whether that's even true. Mimic this again. Yep. Basically mimicking using a potion or so on yourself means that I just get to keep the potion. Claw would be pretty bad, I think. I think that is paralyze? I'm actually really not sure about it. But good thing we avoided it, so we're never going to know. Ha! Alrighty. So now, going to push him into his last phase. You know what, I'm gonna do this while having the Guardian Dagger equipped. His physical defense might be low enough that I can... Yep, alrighty. Welcome to phase 5. This is the only visual change you can see. Now he is immune against all elements, including lightning, and he has 0 physical defense and 2,500 HP. It's actually gonna be pretty tricky to take him out. And Maelstrom. Maelstrom is like Hurricane or Tailscrew, puts you into critical HP. But more importantly, Maelstrom normally can hit your entire party, unless you resist it. It does have lower accuracy than these other spells, so chances are I might resist it, but this is why I equipped the Bard's Clothes, because that gives me additional magic evasion. Alright, good thing. 352. Let's keep track of damage now. Ooh, that is really bad. Entangle paralyzes me without it being a physical attack. Maelstrom would have put me into critical HP, but I was lucky and I resisted it. Entangle cannot hit me while I'm already paralyzed again. Thunder is 25% of my maximum health. Fang would confuse me. Confusion would be really bad, but this is why I have the Guardian Dagger equipped. Ooh. And all these other evasion equipment pieces. Okay, just a regular physical attack. I think he's gonna go twice now, before I get the move. Maybe? Maybe next turn. He should be slightly faster than me. Ooh, this is bad. This is really bad. I resisted the entangle. Nice. Alright, good. I'm getting lucky here, to say the least. Getting really lucky. And another Maelstrom. This is okay. I can actually just mimic the elixir, that way I don't use another one. This is great. Wow, we resisted all entangles. To be fair, entangle doesn't have the greatest accuracy. But just resisting all of them? Well, most of them, I guess. Pretty good luck. This is why we have the Bard's Close 363. Nice, that is exactly 2508 damage. Basically 8 more damage than necessary. Still no deaths, wow. Okay, magic evasion equipment, very useful. Because both physical evasion and magic evasion is incredibly helpful to not get clobbered in that last phase there. I'm strong, still no deaths, yep. Alrighty. Can't believe we still didn't die at least once. Oh well, it'll probably happen. Welcome to the Earth Crystal, where you unlock Samurai... Dancer? A Samurai Chemist Dancer in... Dragoon, there we go, thank you. How many other classes so far have gotten this far with 0 deaths? I think just the ninja. The ninja was kind of insane though. The ninja suffered a little bit from me wanting to complete the challenge run quick, like really quick, because I had other projects lined up very soon after. So there's that. Because I just power leveled with the ninja and pushed through the entire game really fast. Then again, it's probably a more fair comparison to the rest of the characters in that sense, because I was just playing for optimal time. Next thing can kill us is a battle on the big boulder, maybe lawn mowing, I guess. I assume you refer to the Hyria plant. It shouldn't have actually a chance to kill us, as long as I'm just patient. But yeah, only 17 deaths on a ninja is really crazy good. We did not, no actually I'm not going to use rods for the grass, because that would be a lot of rods invested. That would be an additional, let's see, it's about 600 damage per rod, maybe 700. That is 10, 15... 15 and some change more rods I would need in order for the grass. But no, I'm actually going to take advantage of being able to be immune against everything except paralyze, and still being able to heal myself through the bone meal. It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be kinda slowish. A bit of a lengthy cutscene, I guess. You gotta go? Take care, Danebrat. Thank you for dropping by and have a good time. You never got to a scene. Does Lena's father just kill herself because JRPG characters are not allowed to have parents? From what I understand, King Tycoon just kind of expanded all his energy in order to protect everybody else from the volatile nature of the crystals. So they would have a bit more time before getting, well, destroyed. So they could, well, survive and to live another day. That's kind of my interpretation. Have you considered doing a two-player Fiesta? Two-player? Like with two characters? FF5 has a two-player mode. Wait, it does? I know Final Fantasy VI has. I thought he tried to to repair the crystal and failed miserably, so everything was in vain, but you suppose that was what they were going for. Yeah, let's play for the Super Nintendo in general. I feel like it's pretty rough unless you're like on LAN. Is it a good two-player mode or Little Brother two-player mode? If I'm not mistaken, the way it works in Final Fantasy VI at least is you just specify characters like 1 or 2 or 2 and 3 or etc. Just specific characters that are in control of the second controller when you do that. We would have PvP matches in two-player Final Fantasy VI? That's interesting. You did Legends of Mana when that played and went great. Nice. Legend of Mana is such an odd multiplayer experience because you don't even necessarily have to have a partner character, do you? Good morning, you're Ryu. And welcome, good morning, how are you doing? Did you get some proper sleep, hopefully? And welcome, I hope you have a nice day. Kefka did nothing wrong? Nah, Kefka did a lot of things wrong. Let's see. Ah, multi. There's Lena and Vilo. Ah. Fascinating. Nope. Wow. We get some sleep. Very important. Good sleep too. Hopefully. Couldn't you just poison the other guy and then not take your turn? That seems kind of mean. Hello, welcome to YouTube, Bater. I hope you have a nice day so far. What is the hardest solo you face so far? Well, kind of depends on what you kind of define as difficult or hard. The one that required the most patience by far was probably Berserker, but practically, execution-wise, it was the easiest because I literally couldn't do anything during combat. Then again, we didn't actually finish the entire thing. We got to the final boss, which is all I promised. Because good luck in beating the final boss with a solo Berserker. The other thing was... Do you have a full health? Okay, I need to actually knock out my allies here. The other one was... probably White Mage. White Mage actually might have been because I was just very inexperienced in doing solo character challenge runs, honestly. Wow. Lura just decides to attack me from the back. What a meanie. You get to see me dispose of my allies so they can... Okay, this is gonna be interesting because... Look at this. Varys just murders, well, puts her allies to sleep and then stares the Galura dead in the eye. The Galura does the only reasonable thing and just runs away. Oh yeah, Geomancer was rough. Good point. I think Geomancer was actually worse than White Mage. That's a very good point. White Mage just was a lot of patience and planning ahead of time. Geomancer was... I guess annoying is probably a good way. You scared poor Galura. Yep, that's what happens around here. Bard was actually surprisingly good, with some few exceptions where the weak physical damage really made itself notable, like literally Sandworm was surprisingly big of a problem, or well, Archaeoebus. Beyond that, the ability to just straight up hide was amazing, and we figured out some various tricks. And once we got the power-up songs, Bard was actually really strong, even by itself, in a lot of cases. Alright. Welcome to the end of World 2. I think I just wanna sit in the back row. And we go for stealth, so we have more agility. Yep, this is fine. Welcome to the end of World 2, where there is 3 mini-bosses that we have to take out at the meteors. And this one here is Poroboros. Each one of them has 1500 HP, and on their turn they have a 1 in 3 chance to explode, which deals damage equivalent to their current HP. Which means the more damage I deal to them, the less HP they will have left over, the less damage they can do to me. Now the thing is, their first 2 turns they do nothing. This is mainly a difficult fight for any character that does not have any good form or any form of area of effect attacks, or weak area of effect attacks, or unreliable ones. Either way, we just break 2 rods, we deal more than 1500 damage, and even circumvent the Life 2 revival. Normally, when Poroboros dies, they try to cast Life 2 on all their allies. So that means if there's only 1 remaining, you kill it, it casts Life 2, reviving all its allies to full HP. It can be pretty dangerous. But because we kill all of them at the same time, none of them gets to do that. Because they can't revive themselves. Good morning to you, Ovember, and I hope you have a good time so far. Yeah, honestly, Geomancer in my book needs one thing in order to be not a good class, but at least decent. What Geomancer needs is an ability to choose which terrain spell they want to use. Like, you can even associate like certain MP cost to the terrain spells, and it would make it just suddenly actually potentially really good. Just have the last Geomancer ability be pick your terrain spell, and you would have potentially really powerful mage in its own right, in a lot of cases. But because it's entirely random and dependent on your level, it makes it kind of awkward to use. Honestly, personally, I do like Geomancer in a 4-drop Fiesta party because it's a nice and simple ability to just use terrain, or well, also known as Gaia, as one of your buttons just to use. Yeah, that's that. Alrighty, here we have Titan. Titan has like 3000 HP? I always get his HP wrong. Let's see. Titan has 2500 HP, and the dangerous thing about Titan is 1 in 3 times he can cast Earthshaker on his second turn. Earthshaker deals about 400 to 500 damage to your entire party, which is a lot of damage this early on in the game. But because we are a single character with all the experience focused on that single character, not that big of a deal. I said at the end of World 2. Did I miss something? What did I refer to? Probably just a derp. That sounds about right. Either way, breaking 2 rods is just going to do the trick. Also, when he dies, he counters with Earthshaker. So that means unless you paralyze him or otherwise are floating, you will take at least 1 Earthshaker in terms of damage. So that's a lot of damage. 2 instead of 1. Oh yeah, this is World 1, sorry, I misspoke then. Yes, this is the end of World 1, just about to enter World 2. Sorry. One thing I actually forgot is the little encounter on the bridge that is unavoidable. That'll be fine. You know what, I'm going to restock as soon as I clear the last mini-boss here. And this last mini-boss here is known as Chimera Brain. Chimera? Chimera? Either way, Chimera Brain has 3300 HP. It's gonna be faster than me, and its main gimmick is to just deal a lot of damage to your entire party, almost every turn. It will deal about 200 to 400 damage to your entire party every turn, but it is actually kind of... it has a lot of elemental and... actually not elemental, status effect weaknesses that you could take advantage of. Or, well, you just have a single character relatively high leveled up, so the damage is not that significant. Especially if it chooses to use its physical attacks. So yeah, that's gonna be 3 elemental rods breaking on the Chimera Brain's head. Blaze is always exactly 240 damage. Ice damage, by the way, and inflicts HP leak status, so it's a bit more than 240, I suppose. And there goes the Chimera Brain. Good night. So I have 10 ice rods. I have 19 fire rods. So I need 30 lightning rods in order to get the rest, basically, that I budgeted for. The fire rods are the only ones that I may want to keep a bit longer than others. But beyond that, as long as I have like, I don't know, 3 at the end of World 2, we're gonna be fine. Alrighty. So I have a question. There's this focus point on the world where all the energy of all the meteors is effectively converging in order to, well, just use the remainder of the energy of the meteors to form the portal into Gallop's world. Does this mean that the world is flat? Because otherwise, the focus point should be somewhere deep in the earth, shouldn't it? Alternatively, if it is, let's say, a globe, wouldn't there be another focus point? Let's say it's just kind of for some reason it is also on the surface. Wouldn't there also be like a focus point on the other side of the globe too? Like a second one where they converge? The world is square. The world is a donut, yes. I think it's called a torus. Maybe the energy level that travels to the surface and is affected by gravity. Maybe. And yes, the world is basically donut shaped. True. Alright, let me sell the stuff that we don't need anymore at this point. We don't need a second full moon. Can't really use this. I don't plan on using gold armor. We soon get something better anyways, it's a bunch of money. Don't need the metal shield anymore. Never use the dark matter. Maybe the power ring, questionable though. And that's all the equipment pieces we have here. Oh, one more fire rod is up to 20. And that means 30 rods total. So I need one more thunder rod in order to even out the score for what I want. Instead I'm going to get 6 more, so we basically have 5 more than what I budgeted for elemental rods. And I already know where to use one of them. It's actually a curved inward bowl. Makes perfect sense for that trajectory. The curved inward bowl. You mean it's kind of like Halo planet, but actually we are in the inside of a sphere? Maybe Gala's world is literally just on the other side of the hole, and they are on the outside of the sphere. Maybe that's how it works. I'm gonna buy potions before I go anywhere. Dyson sphere? I have to admit I don't know what that is. But where's your home village? I need a cheap potion and good music. There we go. A Dyson sphere is a light bulb, effectively. Okay. Attacks with guild toss. Gamora, thank you for the 185 happy rabbits. That's really kind of you. I think you managed to hit your mark. And thank you for your kind words. And your support. I do appreciate it. So just buying a bunch of potions. I will likely not need them, but... You know, it's always nice to have an excuse to go to this city for the music. Alright, one loop with the music is sufficient. Let's head on to our adventure in World 2. I can't find the entrance. There it is. Let's hope I didn't forget anything. I always save before going in here because I tend to forget stuff. One thing I shouldn't forget is removing all my equipment so Galuf can easily just get us out of there. By the way, in case you're curious, I would need to break 2 elemental rods in order to get Galuf to defeat Gilgamesh. Which we would need to... How fast is he? Hang on. How fast is Gilgamesh? Gilgamesh has 25 speed. Galuf has +0. He has 24. +2, I guess. Well, actually, +1. That's a 50-50 with the Galuf goes before or after Gilgamesh. 0 deaths Act 1. Impressive. Yeah, I'm impressed too, because that's kind of unlikely, especially for a mime who had to dagger down the car boss. Just really, really good luck so far, I think. Alright, do I actually have any tents? Oh, I do. I remember selling a bunch. This part confused the hell out of you in the first place. You must have fought dozens of enemies until you finally stepped the drop tent. Right. If you actually wait long enough on the overworld, you even get into a little cutscene where they say, you know, it's getting pretty late, we probably should be camping right now. Those cheap tents which collapse after only one use. You know, I kind of like to imagine them to be like these portable homes and huts that they have in Dragon Ball in capsules. It's kind of difficult to fit the tent back into these capsules, so they just leave them where they are. Nobody knows how to fold them up again. Yep, they're just one-use tents. You always imagine they are biodegradable. Oh, of course. The heroes in this universe don't litter. That would be less than ideal. In fact, they are made out of edible material. So maybe that's just their breakfast. That's silly. I like it. Also, I heard a zing. I don't know what that was, but thank you. I hope you have a nice day so far. Doesn't the party whine at you about how much they like tents? What? I don't remember that. They do tell you that you should probably take a break on that island and set up camp. Gilgamesh is the real hero of the story? Yeah. Do you agree? Please stay on the bridge and enjoy the music. Don't run. Not running allowed. I mean, I can't run anyways, I don't have a thief in my party. So we're just going to casually stroll across the ridge. I want to say there's more than one cutscene for that. There is? Actually don't know. There's also differing cutscenes depending on when you actually go back to Tycoon Castle with Lena and Ferris for the first time. Which I didn't realize until way late. Actually kinda curious what all the cutscenes might be. I'll be there in a second. Alrighty, fun fact, if you turn Galuf into a mime, he's invisible. Because he's not supposed to be a mime. 27 agility is actually going to make him faster than Gilgamesh. But too much equipment weight means he's only on 26. But still going to be a 50-50. Oh well. What I'm gonna do is I will try once, maybe twice, defeat Gilgamesh here in the dungeon with a level 1 Mime Galuf. And yes, Galuf doesn't have a Mime sprite, because why would they give him one? He is dead before he gets one. You should have made this a solo Galuf playthrough. That would have been very confusing. Was it Crash in battle? I don't think so. I think it's just invisible. Welcome to you, Larakos. Thank you for the good luck, I can definitely use it. Alrighty. This is strange. Oh, right. I never gave Galuf any abilities. Whoops. Ding. I normally count this as a death. Oh, he can't. I wanted to break rods with him. So never mind. I was just a doofus. I forgot about that. I would need to give him a thingy-majig. Oh well, let's just do the Blue Mage time? No, we're using Samurai. He just throws a... Do I have the money? I do, okay, it's fine. He just throws some money at Gilgamesh and he goes away. He's the mercenary after all. Or at least that's what I like to think. Bribe him to go into his jail cell. So this is how I usually do it when... Well, Galuf is not the main character in the story, so... Just let him run away. Level 1 is only 50 gil, right, but I often just buy everything I need in World 1, and sometimes I might not have enough money. I think it actually hasn't happened so far that I didn't have enough money for this, but it totally could have. You forgot about Jailbear somehow. Jailbear is great. What is Jailbear and how did it get there? Yes. So, Giltos deals 1650 damage at level 1 on a target that has 0 physical defense. Gilgamesh, in this dungeon here, has 0 physical defense. I just use basically anything that is available in order to get past Gilgamesh. That's it. Not really any rocket science, let's put it that way. So then we just turn Galuf back into his normal self and remove everything. And just give him his mithril knife back. And that's it. Back to normal. Alright. Dex, thank you. Good luck. Thank you for the good luck. I can definitely use that. Thank you so much for 2 months with Prime Gaming. I really appreciate that. Welcome back. I'm glad you enjoy your stay. Thank you so much. Probably should also take care of making sure that my allies here get to sleep in time. Oh, I forgot that I didn't give fairies any equipment so far. That Jailbear must be so confused. A weird survival strategy. Just knock yourself out. Play dead, I guess. It's a bit more advanced than the usual play dead. Alrighty, and that's all we need. Let's go. Oh, always what I like to point out here is, here the character tells you, wow, gotta watch myself. And so they just crawl along the floor past this section here. The funny thing is, if you change character to be your leader, Barris does her best Sonic impression, just kind of rolls up in a ball and crawls along the floor. Lena, well, she does her best Luigi left B impression in Smash Bros, where she just goes, wee, no misfires, please. And Galuf, well, he's just doing a crab walk, I guess. It's great. Napping across the floor. Galuf does limbo, yep. I think limbo doesn't count normally when you touch the floor with anything but your feet, but I guess Galuf can make an exception there. He's carried by beetles. I like that. Alrighty, welcome to the big bridge. The first battle on the bridge is unavoidable, but all the other ones are, well, totally avoidable. And... well, these guys here only have, like, I don't know, 450 HP or so. They're weak to lightning, so... also they have a rare drop chance of a high potion. Didn't get any here, but that's okay. But then, if you walk in the correct spots, you actually don't get into any more encounters on the bridge. And chat, I'm going to take a short break here before continuing on. I'm gonna let you enjoy the Battle on the Bridge, Big Bridge theme for a little while longer. And I'm gonna get more coffee because I'm actually really tired today. Be right back and thank you for watching. Alrighty, I'm back everybody. I have coffee. Oh, I was muted the entire time. Did you just mute yourself? I did just mute myself. How did I do that? Oh, I know how I did that. I was just explaining the fight the entire time. But hey, I guess you got to have the good music without me blabbering all over it. Whoops. I honored Gilgamesh. Yes. Okay. A question I did ask, what does Gilgamesh do in Final Fantasy XIV? Either way, it might have looked really weird that I healed Gilgamesh there, but the idea is, once you push him below 2,500 HP remaining, he goes into his crazy phase, where you only deal half damage and he goes about 3 times as fast as you. But by healing him, I pushed him closer to that threshold without actually pushing him over it, and thus my next lightning rod dealt more damage, so I only needed 2 lightning rods in his crazy phase rather than 3. So that is kind of why the difference there was made. Boost, thank you for the boost, I do appreciate this. Again, I'm not entirely sure what they do. I think it helps, but I appreciate it. It did not show mute on the screen, so let me tell you what I did. Sometimes I mute myself by pressing the button right on the screen. When I do this, you can sometimes hear me talking. Also, that's probably really annoying. I'm gonna stop that, sorry. If I hit the button here with my mouse, it doesn't do the mute and unmute. If I hit my mute button on the keyboard, it shows the mute symbol. Basically, I unmuted myself both through clicking the button in OBS with the mouse and hitting the unmute key on the keyboard. So because it's a toggle, it just muted me again. I'm a doofus. Oh boy. Thank you for all the boosts. I do appreciate those. Alrighty, I think I actually do want the dagger here, curiously enough. I'm gonna buy an I would like to buy an Halcon dagger. I'm gonna sell the ancient sword, I guess, because I can't use it anyways. The Halcon dagger will come in handy later. Nothing else I can equip here. The Halcon dagger is mostly boring weapon, let's put it this way. Doesn't really do anything too special. But this is the first time where I can go ahead and buy Revivifies, which removes the zombie status, because this is also pretty much the first time around here where you can get afflicted by the zombie status in the first place. So I would like to have a few Revivifies, and I just realized I really don't have that much money. We can also buy high potions around here, but again, I'm a bit low on money because I bought all these elemental rods. Boost. When a boost challenge is successfully completed, we'll promote your stream into highly visible parts of Twitch, like live channels we think you'll like. Whatever you say, Twitch, right? To be fair, I did actually recently look in that section. When you pick up the following directory, before you expand it, just below that is in fact I actually know where that section is now that I think about it. It's just below your following thing before you expand it. And I actually did see a few other streams that did look pretty interesting when I looked at it. Hussars, by the way, pretty spooky. They use revenge attacks. That was required to stream, not like Yaga did last time. Boost completed, took the next day off. I figured it's gonna boost me a certain amount of times and not in a certain day. I don't know. Either way, I do appreciate those numbers. Thank you, everybody. How does boost work? Well, you contribute channel points, and apparently my channel has a higher likelihood of being displayed in places where people can see it. Maybe. I don't know. The thing is, it doesn't hurt, does it? So why not, I guess? Not like I have particularly interesting rewards for channel point anyways currently. Okay. Welcome to the underground river. The encounters that you get into are actually fixed. So you will always get into the same encounters in the same spots during the river, although there are random encounters on the land. And worth noting, these Moogle Eaters are actually pretty fast. I'm kind of surprised they managed to run away before they could attack me. Please don't eat Moogles. Moogles are friends, not food. Wow, that's a lot of boosts. Thank you. Hello. Seems like it happens immediately once the goal is reached, so you might want to hit the goal at the start of the next room. Maybe, I don't know. Yep, these guys are called Moogle Eaters. Please don't eat Moogles. Do I have any Phoenix Stones? Guess I'm gonna get one. Moogles are friends, not food. Yeah, exactly, I agree. Phoenix Stone. Acquired. Phoenix down in this chest. Yep, very handy. Because this next mini-boss here is actually kind of dangerous, depending on what kind of attacks he do. He cannot counter-attack with like revenge attacks and such. He has 5000 HP. Also weak to fire. But also very, very weak to Phoenix Down in your face. Ah. So a Phoenix Down is an item that you don't see me using usually in solo character challenge runs, but what it does, in case you don't know, is it revives a character from being knocked out, both in and outside of combat. However, if an enemy that is undead gets hit by a Phoenix Down, they are instantly killed, unless they are flagged with the heavy flag. There is a number of undead enemies in this game that cannot be affected by this, because, well, they are just, well, heavy. That's the nature of the beast. I think the success rate is like 75% with a Phoenix Down. I don't actually know. I think that's one of the missing parts of the algorithms guide that doesn't specify what the chance of success is with a Phoenix Down, because I'm pretty sure the success rate is static. It does not depend on your level like any other thing that is like a chance to hit normally. Alrighty, also the Moogle tells us here, don't go into the desert. Outside of the desert, there's no encounters. In the desert, there's encounters you literally can't run away from, so we're gonna avoid them. And some of these encounters contain sand crawlers. Or was it desert crawlers? I don't remember. Either way, those things have 15,000 HP. And they hit decently hard, but more importantly, they use Maelstrom, which puts your entire party into critical HP. They're not terribly dangerous, but since you can't run away from them, dealing 15,000 damage is a lot for a random encounter that doesn't even really give you any good experience. The only really use you have for them is if you want to complete your bestiary in the Game Boy Advance version, or capturing them as a Beastmaster is actually quite useful. How many Jawas can fit in a sandcrawler? What's a Jawa? I think it's a starburst thing, isn't it? How did they make the Moogle suit in the one tree? Don't think too much about that, Pressure. Did they skin a Moogle to make that suit? No, my theory is that they basically have the Moogle suit for guests. So people who are just visiting the Moogles here and they're friends of the Moogles, they can just feel right included because they're friends of the Moogles. They can just become a Moogle themselves. So we can just go ahead and mingle among the Moogles. So we put on the Moogle suit and run around. Another theory could of course be that all the Moogles in this village here are just people in Moogle suits. They just like running around in circles, or weird shaped circles, I guess. It's synthetic fur for the suit, right. Remember, magic exists in this world, anything is possible. So don't have to jump to the mean conclusions. They had to make it from something? Right. I mean, they could probably just grow some cotton plants. Look at these plants here, that's probably cotton. So they could make some wool out of them, and it'll be fine. Wait, do they actually follow me? They kind of follow me. I actually had no idea. Look at this. They kind of, like, go towards my position here. I had no idea. I thought they were kind of stuck over there. But they actually kind of follow me around. This is great. I never knew that. They clearly have some randomness to their movement pattern, but they go towards my character. This is awesome. Completely randomly discovered that. Illis, thank you for the rate and the host, I appreciate that. Good morning, good evening, and good afternoon, and welcome everybody. I hope you have a nice time so far. Welcome to the Final Fantasy V Solo Character Challenge with a Mime. Which, well, Mime can't really do anything if there's not much to mimic, so our options are limited, mainly to breaking rods over enemies' faces. That's about all I do in this. It doesn't fool them, it just convinces them that you want to be part of the team. I like that idea, Tyr. That's great. If an alien landed and put on a very conspicuous human suit, wouldn't you be curious? Well, yeah, the alien just wants to fit in. It's fine. You could also think of it this way. Your entire party fits into the Moogle suit. So is it like a... what's the thing called? You know, the Transformers thingy where they just all assemble and control one of the limbs and body parts of the Moogle suit? Because the Moogle suit is actually way larger than it initially appears. You kind of always assumed Lena was in the suit and everyone else following her around. You know, it does make the most sense lore-wise. That's fair. It's bigger on the inside, it might be. But it is part of Voltron, maybe. Excuse me. Didn't reach the mute button in time. Thank you. Thank you. Alrighty, after this lengthy cutscene, I usually go ahead and pick up the exit spell over here. I can't use it as I'm not a time mage in this playthrough, but I like to just pick it up just in case I want to test stuff later. So there's that. Okay, and we are almost off. I always wanted to save before going outside here, because it is possible for us to just get straight up knocked out by the abductor encounter, since he can use Hurricane and other nasty abilities that put me into critical HP. So, I'm gonna take a moment over here to just briefly go and use the save point in the basement before we move on. I have to admit, I actually did not calculate this guy into my rot-breaking requirements either. I forgot. But I do have plenty of rots left over, so it should be fine in the long run. Hello. Open the gates, please. I have to admit, I have no idea how much HP the abductor has here, but the short version is, he's not usually particularly dangerous, although I have died to him before. He's a bit faster than we are, apparently. And we're just gonna do the usual thing and zap on the rod. And probably just another one. And zap. Good night. It might have like 2,500 HP or so. Boost, thank you. Alrighty, and next up in this area here, we have a particularly annoying section, because there are these enemies that are called reticules around here, and these reticule enemies, whenever there is at least one party member dead on the ground in your party, they will always use Dance of the Dead. I forget what it's called. Either way, they turn the dead party members into zombies. And so I have to remove the zombie status and knock them out again. So it's a bit annoying to say the least. Plus the reticules are pretty fast, so unless you have a decently fast job class, they will go before I can do anything and just do that. This is also part of the reason why I bought some Revivifies. Boots, thank you. No need to eat the sheep in town, in a solo run at least. Yeah, I mean, suppose. In case anybody does not know, you can sit on a chair in the inn where they will offer you their special dish of Kelp Village. So the guy goes outside, comes back and offers you a tasty dish, which is basically a full heal for your entire party, as if you just slept in the inn. Kind of neat. For free, and it also gives you a bunch of potions. And then when you go outside, there's one less sheep every time you do that, until there's no more sheep left and they say, I'm sorry, I'm all out of ingredients. It's something I did not know until, well, a fair bit into me playing this game, I guess. Well, wave. Hello, welcome. Hope you're doing well. Thank you for the boost. I do appreciate those. Cutscenes are the most comfy to just wave in, because all I do is I just tap my D-pad, since you can actually advance text boxes with the D-pad in this game. And just wave. I grin like an idiot because I'm waving at a screen and nobody can see it. Alrighty, nice. Next up, I'm gonna stop waving for now. Thank you for the boost. And I'm going to buy a bunch of equipment. Thanks to the Muggles, we did get a bunch of money, so that's neat. And the money is going to get invested into new equipment. Let's see, what can we get here? That's old equipment. That's new equipment. So the bandana gives +3 strength as a headgear, and the strength armor gives +3 strength as a headgear. So does the power ring, by the way, which is going to be relevant soon, TM. Either way, it's better defense than what we have. It does not give me agility, which can be relevant, but the additional 6 strength total is actually quite a noticeable damage boost because I reached another damage threshold. But there's actually more to this. I can also get the mage equivalent of these abilities. But there's also these venom rods. I actually thought the venom rods were cheaper than this. I was wrong. Either way, what venom rods do is effectively, if you break them, they cast Bio as a spell. Now, Bio as a spell is actually less powerful than Ice, Fire or Lightning 3. Poison element is exactly one boss that is particularly weak to poison that you want to exploit it as. But the reason why you might want to have these venom rods anyways is because there is actually a number of things that we can do in order to, well, absorb poison elements. Specifically, we can pick up a bone mail in this area here. The bone mail allows us to absorb poison damage as healing. And while I can actually not target myself with, like, lightning rod, I do this, I can't target myself with lightning rods, it doesn't work. So, however, what does work, on the other hand, is I can target myself with the venom rods in order to heal myself through the bone mail. And the bone mail is an amazing piece of equipment, let's put it this way. It is just ridiculously powerful in so many ways. Because the bone mail gives us by far the highest physical defense of any armor in the game. And the funny thing is, it's actually considered medium armor, it's not even heavy armor for that matter. So a lot of characters can use it. The upside as well is you're going to be immune against a number of status effects. That includes the aging status effect, blindness, berserk, confusion, poison, and there's probably something else I forgot. Either way, that's a lot of really bad status effects, especially aging as well as confusion that we're just gonna be straight up immune to now. It's really nice. Also, these bone dragons here are the scariest ones to encounter in this area, because what they can do is they can paralyze me with their tail attack, and then they can just put me to critical HP with their bone attack, and yeah, that's pretty bad. So yeah, the bone mail, by the way, also makes you effectively undead, which means if an enemy targets you with a drain effect, either magic or health or MP drain, the effect is reversed, so you gain the health instead if an enemy does that with like vampire or drain spells, etc. It's quite neat. Further, you are weak to fire if you equip the bone mail, kind of like an undead creature. It makes sense. Most undeads are weak to fire, not all of them though. So being weak to fire, kind of a problem at times, but not as much as you might think. Hi Golem, bye Golem. And the bone mail is right here. Bone mail acquired. It is insanely good in so many different ways. I'm just gonna immediately equip it. And we have really high physical defense now. Kind of crazy actually. Alright, and I'm just gonna keep walking here. By the way, the bone mail also halves all ice damage you receive for some reason. So the main downside of a bone mail is you can no longer get healed the normal way. The way you can get healed is, let's say if you absorb an element through a flame ring, for example, you can cast fire spells on yourself and heal yourself through the use of fire while having the bone mail equipped, which is a way, or hit yourself with like a flame sword while with a flame ring equipped. Alternatively, the one more or less direct healing spell that does work is Blue Magic White Wind, which heals your entire party for exactly the amount of HP your caster has, so White Wind does work through the Bone Mill somehow. All the other healing effects, well, they don't work. An elixir puts you to critical HP, a Phoenix Down will kill you, and while the potions just deal damage however much they would heal instead. Alrighty. We also grabbed the Coronet, which is worth a lot of money, and it's going to pretty much alleviate all the money problems I have in these sections here. Alright, we managed to run away from these. We should have enough physical defense that these bone dragons should not be able to damage me, I think. I might need more defense overall. These zombie dragons, by the way, they have a lot of health, but they can be instantly killed by a Phoenix Stone. They also always guarantee drop a Dragon Fang, which is kind of neat, because that's a lot of money for a single Phoenix Stone invested. So it's pretty useful. Well, that's if you hit first try. Even second try, you still make money out of it. Okay, but we are almost at the next boss here. So this next boss is kind of unique. So instead of equipping the Elf Cape, I'm going to go ahead and equip the Power Ring instead. I'm also going to move into the front row, because this encounter is kind of strange. Put it this way. I do not need the shield, it's going to only weigh me down. So I'm having a little bit more speed thanks to not equipping a shield. We're also gonna equip the Dancing Dagger, because that's a very special kind of equipment. Alright. Let's see. So this is the Heria plant. The Heria plant is actually susceptible to a number of status effects and effects that you could use as, well, Blue Mage, etc. It is not flagged as heavy, but, well, we don't have anything to take advantage of that. It has 12,000 HP, and the main plant's, well, thing it mainly does is it revives the little plants. This is why I have an Orichalcon dagger. I accidentally pressed Mimic again, don't attack me. The bottom left flower is the dangerous one, I have to kill it. The Rain Pollen would normally inflict the aging status effect, but I'm immune to that thanks to the Bone Mail. All of the little flowers have exactly 100 HP. So, my entire goal is to defeat the main Heria plant. Charm Pollen would normally confuse me, but again, I'm immune to that. Thanks to that. So, Dancing Dagger. Tempting Tango would confuse an enemy, but unfortunately the main flower cannot be confused. So, less than ideal. So, all of the little flowers, they have a very special kind of attack. They will always hit, you cannot dodge their attack, it's completely impossible. So that's why I want to equip the shield to get a slight speed boost. And the flowers deal... their damage is always going to be 100, but it's modified by row. So if an enemy of the little flowers is in the front row, it will deal 100 damage to me in the front row. If I was in the back row, it's half of that. If they were in the back row, it's half of that. So yeah. And since I have the Bone Mail, I cannot heal myself through conventional means, let's put it this way. The Dancing Dagger is a pretty powerful weapon overall. But the bottom flowers, well, also there's a Sword Dance that is 4 times damage and doesn't miss. It's crazy good, which is why the Dancing Dagger can be really good, but it's also very luck based. Let's see. The flowers inflict the poison, darkness, aging, confusion, and paralyzation status. I'm immune against all of them except for paralyzation, and the flower I killed, well, that is the one that normally paralyzes you. Either way, the Dancing Dagger has a 50% chance to proc a dance move rather than a regular attack. A dance move is, well, from a dancer job, and has one of 4 possible different outcomes. Mystery Waltz absorbs MP from the enemy and gives it to you. It's kind of the exact same thing as a Psych spell, or whatever you call the MP drain in more modern Final Fantasies. Then there is the Jitterbug Duet, which is the exact same as a drain spell, absorbing HP from an enemy. By the way, both of these are based on your magic power, so since we don't have a whole lot of magic power, it's not that strong. Then the next thing is Sword Dance, which is 4 times damage, never missing, and it's really crazy good, because it doubles your attack and doubles your modifier, which is relevant to a certain degree, let's put it this way. Now, okay, time to heal myself. I have the Bone Mail equipped, so what I can do is I can equip the Venom Rod, bring them up here, and breaking the Venom Rod on myself. This is going to cost Bio. The downside is it's going to inflict the HP leak status, so I'm actually going to lose continuously some HP while I'm doing this. But the upside is I can heal myself while having the Bone Mail equipped, which is great. Not even that much healing, I just realized. I thought it was gonna be a lot more than that. Oh well, that's okay. So yeah, the Dancing Dagger overall is just the best weapon we can use on average right now, even though it is very luck-based whether you get a good sword dance or not. Yeah. The last dance you can get is the Tempting Tango. If an enemy is susceptible to confusion, you will confuse them, guaranteed. It's not a chance to hit, as long as you get the Tempting Tango, it will confuse them. That's a 3rd sword dance already. That's pretty good luck, I dare to say. Alright, I'm going to heal here again. I was actually really hoping that the Venom Rods would heal for more than that. That's alright. The reason why I wanted to heal maybe before I necessarily absolutely needed to is in case the big flower revives the little flower in the bottom left. Because I have to kill this one, guaranteed. The little flowers can skip their turn, but I think it's only 1 in 3 chance for them to skip their turn. And if the bottom left flower keeps paralyzing me over and over again, it can easily lead into a combo where I'm just going to straight up die from it. Which of course is not exactly desirable. I keep losing the Dancing Dagger into the menu here. At this point it might be just more efficient to use the Orihulken dagger in order to whittle down the main plant. An alternative is, by the way, in case I run out of Venom Rods, I could just break Lightning Rods. So another way that some solo characters end up defeating the plant here is if they have an area of effect attack that just continuously kills the little flowers. The little flowers actually have a lot of magic evasion and magic defense, so it's quite substantial. But if you just deal enough damage with your spells, you will be able to kill the little flowers reasonably reliably, so that's quite nice. And because you also always hit the main flower, well, eventually the main flower will get knocked out as well. So an alternative way of defeating the flower here is I could have just broken, what was it, 17 rods, I think. I opted for this strategy because it's a bit more unique, but also, in my opinion, a bit more interesting. But if I run out of Venom Rods to heal, because I don't have that much money, I will definitely go ahead and just use the Lightning Rods instead. How did the late game monk go, by the way? Well, the overpowered monk was just breezing through the rest of the game like crazy. It was pretty easy. The other one, the normal leveled monk, we needed a few more levels in order to reach a critical threshold, I guess, in order to defeat or complete the rest of the game relatively easily too. The high maximum HP of the monk made it pretty easy, honestly, for the most part. Okay, that's my last Venom Rod here. Boost! Thank you. what I could do, by the way, instead of killing the bottom left flower, I could try and use the dancing dagger on it and try to confuse it. Because these little guys are susceptible to confusion, and unless the flower hits itself, it wouldn't actually, well, be able to do anything. However, there's a problem with that. And the problem is quite simply that if I were to get Jitterbug Do It or Mystery Vault, I would not actually kill the flower, so there's a 2 in 8 chance I, well, would kind of fail there. Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and break a rod here. I don't know how close we are to knocking these things out, but I'm running really low on HP now. But the thing is, if the flower has defeat, if all the little flowers are gone, the big flower is almost guaranteed to revive all of them at the same time too. If you only kill one flower at a time, it is, well, not guaranteed to say the least. So this is gonna cost me a bunch of Thunder Rods that I did not want to invest here. But because I'm basically out of healing, I think this was the more reasonable approach. Meow, meow, meow. Yes, Apocalypse was the only hurdle for the monk. We could have probably relatively easily done the rest of the game at the level we were at as with the solo monk. Alright. I'm actually gonna gear for physical defense here, I think. Means we're gonna Gold Shield again. There'll be 43 physical defense. Let me check something real quick. I think this means the Bone Dragons actually will always deal 0 damage, which means I should be safe from their back attacks. Bone Dragons have 39 attack power. I was wrong. So... oh. I guess I'm better off using the Elf Cape then. I'm probably missing a gold helmet, I would guess. That would allow me to have enough defense here. These are the ones that are scary. You get into a back attack, they can paralyze, put into critical HP, and then you're killed. It's basically like Carl Boss, but at least an encounter I can run away from. Plus I do have a pretty decent chance for resisting the... or blocking the attacks, so that's not too terrible. But it's always a possibility. Which is why we go and save here. Well, take care, Blood. Thank you for dropping by, and I wish you a nice evening. I hope you have a good time. Oh, I was scrolling up to read, but ladies and gentlemen, everybody, please make sure that you hide your wallet, hide your shoes, hide your, well, apples, your sandwich, whatever might be your, well, food, because the rabbit rumper raid has just been unleashed. They're just going to rump everything. Rump, 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 rump. So, if your wallet is missing, well, I think you should know that the rabbits are just around everywhere. Rump, rump, rump. By the way, in case anybody might have said something during the rumper raid, feel free to repeat it. Because it's more of a funny thing, it's not supposed to impede anybody. So, just in case. All those rabbits have level 8 acid rain cast. Wow. Fortunately, their magic power isn't that high, because they're not the smartest creature. They're just cute. That's about it. You can't find your shoes. Whoops. Well, I hope you have enough leatherworking skill to make new ones. Otherwise that could be a little bit awkward. Is there anything the rabbits won't romp? No, they're like toddlers. They need to explore everything with their mouth. To be fair, they don't have hands, so it makes actually a bit more sense. Alrighty, we came down with from the mountain without any deaths, which kind of nice, was always a possibility. But more importantly, I now have enough money to buy the remainder of the equipment. Let me actually just check something real quick. So Gaia gear has more magic defense than a magic evasion than the other thing. By 1 point. Has 1 more magic evasion. A Tricorn Hat actually gives me magic power. I'm gonna buy that, just in case I want to cast magics. And Gaia gear gives me more magic evasion, and it's slightly better than the Bard equipment. Bard suit is now out, and Gaia gear is in. We also no longer need a plumed hat, if I'm not mistaken, because I think the Tricorn Hat has the same magic evasion. Let me check that. Tricorn Hat, yep, 5% magic evasion, the same as the plumed hat. And, well, it gives +1 magic power. Which can make a difference. I don't think it does. But it can. And more importantly, because I now have money, I can buy eye potions. You know, the things that heal for 500? Which is kind of neat, but... well, I didn't have enough money until now to buy enough of them. So let's see, what can I sell? There's a bunch of things I don't need. The coronet gives us 37,500 gold, which is a ridiculous amount, I would like to point out. So with this we can max out our high potion count, and the rest of the money I'm going to invest into Venom Rods. Venom Rods, by the way, cast Bio, which is not as strong as... whoops. It's not as strong as casting like Ice, Fire or Lightning 3, but it's still decently strong, so quite nice. Can I sell anything else that we don't need? We don't need the Silk Robe anymore. We don't need the Air Blade. Maybe I should have kept it. Oh, that's for a different reason though. And that's largely it. Okay, wrong place. Here we go, Venom Rods. Can buy 8. 8 is 6,400 HP, minus, well, like 100 I guess. You could just finish Trials of Mana hard mode and fashion shoes out of rabbits. Why would you do that? That's kind of mean. Ah, there is the Dance of the Dead. And who is gonna be the happy zombie today? It is Lena. Kinda makes sense. Canonically, she is the one that gets poisoned 3 times. So why not also be a zombie? This is why I have the Revivifies right here. Honestly, I feel like I should have bought less high potions and more venom rods. Oh, right, something I wanted to check. So the Gaia gear has 17 magic evasion, which is 1 more than our previous defensive equipment. Ah, there it is. This is actually pretty awesome, because I did not know that until now, but it just came to mind right now. What am I talking about? Well, let me tell you about a very special piece of equipment that can only be equipped by, well, freelancer obviously, because freelancer can equip everything, but beyond that, a mime can equip it too, and a chemist. There's already going to be people who know what I'm talking about. But that special piece of equipment you get through a special interaction here in the area. And that special interaction is you need to go upstairs here, go into the hidden staircase behind the tower here, go downstairs, and then there's a switch here. What does that switch do? Wait, actually, is it? Ah, no, the angel suit is right here. Wait, that's a different thing. You can do this here. I'm just gonna pretend I'm a shopkeeper. Welcome! Please buy my wares, buy my wares. I have everything here. Hey, don't interfere with our business. And they slam you into the wall. I was like, oh. Yeah, but here, since you came here, you should come and get a Lamia's herb, which is unfortunately not terribly useful. Hey, this is supposed to be off limits. Either way, I thought it was kind of funny. But what I actually came here for is the angel suit. Let me tell you. So, I bought the Gaia gear thinking that, oh, it's the best magic evasion. But I just remembered the angel suit actually has even more magic evasion than the Gaia gear. Gaia gear, by the way, makes you deal 50% more damage with earth-based magic, but, well, I don't have any earth-based magic. Bio is poison, that is a separate element. And, yeah. Angel suit has 25 magic evasion. I actually completely overlooked that, I think, in my chemist run, where it would have been more useful too. And that is not all. The angel suit on top of that has the very unique property of absorbing poison damage, you know, kinda like the bone mail. It's kinda funny to me actually. It's like, oh yeah, I have that special piece of equipment that does so many things. And here's the angel suit that does one thing, one very obscure thing, and it just absorbs poison damage as healing. It's great. I don't even know why. It should be called a lab coat, the angel suit. It would make more sense, I guess, because it is a chemist piece of equipment. Wait, I'm wrong actually, it's immunity to poison, it's not absorbing poison. Ah! For all this time, I thought, oh, this absorbs poison-based damage. No, it's just immunity. No. I'm wrong, guys. The rabbit can actually lose, even if you are low level. Possible. Not likely, but possible. So, I was wrong. Sorry. Turns out the angel suit makes you immune to poison, doesn't absorb it. Why did I think it absorbs it? It's what I always thought for forever now. Oh. That face. Either way, we have the bone mail for absorbing, I guess. Which, on another note, most of the medium and heavy armor actually has 0% magic evasion. Except for the bone mail. The bone mail has, I think it's 10? Yeah, it's 10 magic evasion for the bone mail. That is less than the 25% of the angel suit, but still pretty good. You thought it absorbed poison too, right? I mean, I can try it. Now you want to test in rando if you can give an early angel suit and give it to Elena so she won't be poisoned by the plot. That would be funny actually. Because you do start in Magiza battle poisoned with Lena always. Depends on how the plot poison works mechanically. Yeah, I assume it just sets the poisoned flag and that's it. Which probably bypasses the poison status immunity. Since the Angel Suit does not cure poison status, it just makes you immune to receiving it, through normal means anyways. Similarly, the Bone Mail actually makes you immune to having the regeneration status, which is not a good thing. But if you have the Guard Ring equipped, you still get the regeneration status anyways. Alrighty, first order of operation as soon as we have access to our hero in order to explore World 2 is Goomba dumping a island into the ocean, so we can go onto a boat. It doesn't make sense if we phrase it that way, but hey, that's just kind of what we do for now. And yes, that is accurate in Tested Hunter. I can no longer buy elemental rods, aside from venom rods, but they actually deal less damage, which is why I needed to buy all of the elemental rods in order to deal decent damage in World 1. Weak. Good job, Hiryu. Thank you. Bum ba bum bum. So basically what I said earlier, these boats here are not here until you basically try to go to Guido's Island. Oh, thank you for the boost. I appreciate that. Hello. So, what I just did here, by the way, is I watched this initial cutscene until it was done. And I'm gonna go out here and save, because you can't save on the boat. Because it's entirely possible that I'm going to just get straight up knocked out against Gilgamesh here. I do have really high physical evasion, but really that doesn't help me if I get hit by Deathclaw. Deathclaw is an ability that Gilgamesh can use, and previous encounters already could use. Deathclaw puts us both into critical HP and paralyzes my character. It does have a decently high chance to hit, because it is only a single target, or is supposed to be anyways. But this is why I have the Angel Suit equipped. Also gonna equip it. Does one magic power make a difference? Give me a second. The Angel Suit gives me a decently high chance of evading that magic. You know what, I'm gonna equip this either way, even if it doesn't help. The Trigon Hat gives me 5% magic evasion, the Elf Cape gives 5%, and Angel Suit gives me 25%, so that's 35% magic evasion. The way magic evasion works, which by the way, is not displayed in the stat form down there, it's just a hidden stat that you can't see. The way magic evasion works is an enemy that has a spell that has a chance to hit will cast that spell and make a check for the spell hit chance. Let's say Tailscrew has a 99% chance baseline to hit. And then it adds the level difference between the characters. So the caster minus the target is added there. So if the target is like 10 levels higher than the caster, that is going to be subtracted from the hit chance. So instead of 99% chance to hit with Tailscrew, it's only going to be a 89% chance to hit. So then it checks, does the spell hit? Yes, no. If it's yes, you still have the chance for magic evasion. So 35% of the time, even if the previous check passed, it's going to, well, still fail because I have magic evasion beyond that. That's how magic evasion works. At least I think that's how magic evasion works. Feel free to correct me if I'm a bit wrong in there. But in short, it's kind of an additional multiplicative percentage chance to evade status effects. Which, well, gonna be quite useful. Also, I'm gonna sit in the front row for now, it's fine. Baby, baby, baby. Baby, 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 only have 28 magic power. Well, let's see how that changes things. It doesn't. Same difference. Alrighty, you can defeat these goblin enemies here if you want to, you don't have to. We're going to defeat this guy because he's in the way and actually mandatory. Yesterday I said that the Zolkan is the only mandatory battle that actually gives you experience. That is not true, this guy here gives you experience too. Right. Just going to make sure my allies are gonna go to sleep, because basically you have a forced rest just before this. So, yeah. The Gobbledygooks have like, I don't know, 1500 HP. They're not too terribly dangerous, but they can be a bit annoying. I'm not just going to use dancing daggers. I could break a rod, but I want to preserve them. I don't know how many spares I have at this point. Maybe I don't have any anymore, who knows. Right, where's my heart potions? Let's just put these here. Heal fairies to full. Back roll. So the physical damage in this upcoming encounter is not the big danger. The big danger is literally just getting hit by these nasty status effects. So let's hope that doesn't happen. Welcome to Gilgamesh. Gilgamesh number 3? 3. He has 8,888 HP, and once he drops below 6,000, I think, he will call Enkidu. Enkidu is, well, going to heal him for 4,000 HP exactly. There he is. So that means all my damage I just did is going to be wiped away completely clean. And therein lies the danger. Do I have the angel suit equipped? I think I have the angel suit equipped. Either way, Enkidu is going to be pretty dangerous because I don't have a good way of dealing with him. My strongest weapons here, the elemental rods, deal multi-target damage. I can't single-target it. I would like to, but I can't. And venom rods just don't deal as much damage. So I think my best option is to just hope, because what Enkidu can do is he can use Vampire, which deals damage equivalent to half his HP missing. It's kind of like a revenge attack. And he also has a slow and he has a sonic wave. It's pretty nasty what he can do. I need to get a bit lucky here in order to try and defeat him. Missile is 75% of my current health and damage. Not... Ooh, there's a Deathclaw. Good thing we resisted it. Thank you very much. 784. Oh boy. We resisted Vampire. Vampire would have absolutely killed us. And I'm actually gonna break a Venom Rod here on Enkidu. Hoping that... Oh, this is not more damage. Ooh. Actually, this is slightly more damage. We resisted Sonic Wave. That would have been a lot less damage than we do right now. Okay. One more Venom Rod. Hopefully does the trick. This might just be barely enough damage. Yup, alrighty. The numbers we see were 3984 damage, but Venom Rod does inflict HP leak status, so that was quite handy there. Since we have the Angel Suit, I can use an elixir to heal up to full. Alrighty, now it's just Gilgamesh remaining. I used 3 Thunder Rods for about 750 damage. So let's see how much more we can do. Resisting Deathclaw again. Again, Deathclaw doesn't have the best chance to hit, plus we have, well, as much magic evasion really as we can get. So we are expecting to resist a bunch, but we just hope that he doesn't use it, really. We can still easily die here. His physical damage is not too terribly dangerous. In fact, we might technically be able to nullify it if I had the Bone Mail equipped, but I wanted to have an easy and quick way to heal. Another Deathclaw resisted. And I think we win right here. I'll actually use a Venom Rod. It's more expensive, but this should deal enough damage to defeat him. Okay, spooky. So it was actually quite worthwhile that I defeated Enkidu with the Venom Rods, because the Lightning Rods would not quite have had enough damage there. First try. Kinda spooky. He tried Deathclaw like 5 times and resisted every time. It's not an automatic death sentence. If we get hit by Deathclaw, it's just very, very likely. Still no deaths, yay! Yep. I forgot I needed to grind for a wall ring, so I might actually accidentally get over level 41 here. That would be a shame. I just realized I don't have a good way to grind out the wall ring, do I? Huh. Yeah, I don't really have a good way to grind out the wall rings, so... Yes, Dancing Dagger it is! I think I prefer my frogs. Don't pluck the frogs out of my backyard, please. They're kind of happy there. We already have trouble with that long-tongued, weird creature that comes by and tries to chase them with a fork and a knife once in a while. What a weird creature that is. Ow. So I have the power ring equipped, which means I can no longer dodge attacks through the elf cape, but I still have a gold shield, so it still gives me a decent chance to block things. But here, welcome to the Barrier Tower. In the Barrier Tower, we are specifically looking for the Wall Knight encounters, because they have a 1 in 16 drop rate for a wall ring, which permanently reflects all the spells that, well, can be reflected. That's gonna be an integral tool to us completing the next world. The chest on the left contains a Drain Sword. A sword that is only equipable by the Knight class, and it's a very strange tool. You need to specifically, like, invest into it in order to make it work, really. It's kind of interesting, but not terribly good overall, let's be honest. Still interesting. Either way, it is guarded by a red dragon. Red dragons are kinda scary. Good evening, Real Biscuit, and welcome. I hope you're doing well. So the thing is, I have to do the grind for the wall ring right now, because once I clear this area, I can no longer return to this. So, well, just hoping for the single wall knight encounters, so I get as little experience as possible, while maintaining the highest possible probability for, well, getting that wall ring. Ow. Oh no. Goodbye, 1000. The other upside is wall rings are pricing so good if you snag a second. That is true as well. Then again, at this point I don't really have much money trouble anymore. So this is the room where I'm going to be hunting for the wall knights. The wall knights have the highest probability of appearing individually in this room here, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, let's see. There we go. One single wall knight. They have 1000. I keep pressing up in order to attack. Derp. I'm not gonna learn this, am I? Single wall knight. They have 1600-ish HP. If I get lucky in the sword dance, we one-shot them. And then, well, I need to get lucky to get the 1 in 16 drop rate. But usually this will probably take a bit longer until we defeat these guys, since they do have pretty high physical defense. While the Dancing Dagger is actually pretty good attack power. Well, it's not as good as just being able to, well, use something more reliable, I guess. Dab. 2 sword dances in a row. Nice. Pretty lucky. I mean, to be fair, it's only a fair exchange. This guy stabs me. I poke him really hard with a sword dance dagger. Well, not so hard if I don't get a sword dance, to be fair. Jitterbug do it. They actually have relatively low magic evasion. Magic defense, but the wall knights, as their name might imply, have permanent wall status, which means all spells that can be reflected will be reflected back to them. So it's a bit tricky at times to knock them out with a mage class character. Hey, we already got the wall ring. Nice. The luck continues. I think that was only the 3rd one. Well ahead of the expected, well, receiving. You're still looking forward to a 0 death Atmos. So the thing is, the way I'm going to do it, it's likely going to be 0 deaths. Because I should have enough damage easily with the compromised solo character challenge strategy. Actually, let me just explain this one real quick here. So, give me a second, I'm gonna equip an elf cape, tricorn hat, and I don't have anything that gives me magic power, do I? Nope. Gonna remove the gold shield so I have less equipment weight, and that's gonna be my setup. And, alrighty. I'm gonna go ahead and use a tent in order to revive the other characters. Let me explain. So basically, there's kind of a compromise that I'm going to do here. In order for a lot of the solo character job classes to defeat Atmos, like the straightforward way without having to use their other allies in any capacity at all, a lot of them have to level up to like level 65, 70 in order to survive what Atmos throws at them, or get ridiculously lucky with the sword dance or with the dancing dagger giving you multiple sword dances in a row and stuff like that. Maybe even both. Either way, if you'd like to see that where I did level up that high and defeated Atmos straightforward, I did that on the Geomancer of all things. And, well, it works. And let me put it this way, if you level up a lot of the classes this high, it's not gonna be terribly much more interesting for the rest of the game necessarily. It can be, but this is kind of the compromise I'm talking about. A lot of classes are just better off defeating Atmos with a compromised solo character challenge strategy. In this case, I will be effectively just killing off my other allies one by one by one. They are still not going to do anything, they're still not going to attack. Atmos is just going to go ahead and, well, absorb them one by one instead. That's the entire strategy, well, compromise. And that's kind of all there is to this. It's not the best strategy, but at the same time Atmos is really not designed for a solo character challenge run. Even more so than Carl Boss, actually. To be fair, at least on Atmos, you can just level up high enough and eventually defeat him guaranteed. Carl Boss, maybe not so much, I guess. So yeah. X-Death will almost guaranteed kill us at least once, realistically. Because it's a 2 in 3 chance to do so, even if I use the light staves. Alrighty, welcome to Atmos. Atmos has 19,997 HP, or well, for easier notation, 20,000 HP. When there's no character dead in your party, he gets 2 turns, and in either of these 2 turns, he can cast Comet with a 2 in 3 chance. So, here's one of the reasons why I have so many elemental rods to smash. Because, well, that is just about enough damage. So, as mentioned before, the other characters are not going to do anything. It's just going to be very slowly going to be dragged the other characters towards him. So, any character that is dead on the ground during this encounter is slowly going to get dragged towards Atmos. Once the character is close enough... Ooh, that's bad. I think slow is really, really bad. Once the character is close enough... This might be a first death because of the slow. That character will get absorbed by Atmos here. And that absorption means the character is going to get removed from the screen, which means any subsequent characters will effectively get... Well, it basically is no longer a dead character on the screen, which means he is going to go back into his Comet phase. And he automatically has haste, which consequently means that he is going to outrun you incredibly fast because of his like ridiculous amount of speed that he has. So yeah. The slow really does not help here. I'm probably going to lose this because of the slow. Move to compromise strategy. But yeah, unless you have a ridiculously, insanely high damage output with a character, which, well, as decent as Mimic has been so far, we really don't have that much damage. You're not gonna be able to defeat this guy without leveling up high enough that you survive the comet storm that comes your way. And you saw how much damage that comet did to Lena earlier. And, well, comet just deals anywhere between 200 and 1600 damage, minus whatever magic defense you have. So, yeah, less than ideal. In case you're curious, we're at 11,336 damage so far. His chance to cast Slow 2 is pretty low. Kind of unlucky that he did anyways. And it's also unlucky that I didn't resist it for that matter. The Demi, half my HP gone. There goes my chance of surviving a combat basically. 10th quarter. Wow, what a meanie. Quarter, by the way, is more like 1/8. It's actually kind of mislabeled. It is not quartering my HP, it is dividing it by 1/8. And Alt? What are you doing, dude? All of these abilities have a 1 in 3 chance to occur. Alt is basically the worst thing that can happen right here. Because we are even going to be slow than before. And dealing less damage on top of it. So this is gonna be our first death, pretty much guaranteed here, because we are 3,500 damage away from defeating him. So goodbye, Deathless, until World 2 end. It was nice knowing you. So yeah. In case you're wondering, we did defeat this guy the true solo character challenge way, with a white mage as well. I farmed 99 elixirs for this guy. Also, I just realized I didn't even have a row for the statistics yet for the Mime until now. Because, well, the Mime didn't really need one until now. So let me do this real quick. So everything was 0 deaths so far until Atmos. Alrighty. Attempt number 2. If we didn't get slowed, we would have been able to defeat this guy without any trouble, honestly. But slow is so insane in this game. It's the absolute worst status effect that you can be inflicted by. Well, aside from instantly dying, to be fair. I suppose the worst one you can't technically survive. Well, maybe Alt is worse. Oh well, it's a really bad one, okay. Oh boy. You're too early, Galuf. Don't go napping yet. Yeah, honestly, arguably in casual playthroughs, Alt is a worse status effect, because if you're slow, you can kill off your character and revive them, the slow effect is gone. With Alt, you can kill off your character and remove the Alt status effect too, but they actually still do not regain their stats. So consequently, Alt is probably the worst status effect overall. By the way, fun fact, if you have a character in the back row, they do in fact get absorbed later than when you have them in the front row. It's kind of weird. It's literally like a specific horizontal position where they start getting absorbed by Atmos. Okay, Ferris resisted the slow 2 this time. Nice. By the way, slow 2 has a significantly lower success rate than slow 1, which is why I was like, huh, there was a good chance we could resist this. Then again, I don't have the angel suit equipped right now, do I? I probably should. Because there's not really any other armor that helps. Alright, it is time to switch over to our next set of rods, and I'm going to switch over to the ice rods, I think. Because I don't really have any use at all for the ice rods, so might as well start using them here. We are about 200 damage away from defeating Atmos right here, so I'm gonna go and equip the Orichalcon dagger and just hit him once. Bonk. Would a bard singing the level raising song while being old cancel out old decreasing levels? No, actually, not quite. So, actually, yes and no. But here's the thing. If your character gets the old status effect, you don't actually lose any levels. You lose stats as a player character. The enemies, the monsters, creatures, if they get afflicted by the old status effects, they do both lose stats and levels. As a player character, you stay actually at the same level. But to answer the question anyways, bard singing does not directly counteract the stats you lose from the old status. So the way you can imagine this, if let's say you use the bard song that gives you strength, it is actually a separate value that adds to the current character strength. So that separate value is basically specific to the bard song plus strength thingy that has up to plus 99 if I'm not mistaken. However, your stats beyond that can still be reduced to 1, so it would just be 99 plus 1 in the end, and the old status would no longer affect you beyond that. I think. I might be wrong about that, but I'm like 75% certain that this is how it works. So you do kind of counteract the stat loss via bard songs, but you don't affect the same value. It's just kind of one is added, one is subtracted separately. Ba-da-bum, ba-da-bum. Zoom. Bum 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 bum. Should I just chucked Gallop off the edge? Might have been a funnier cutscene. As long as Hiryu catches him. Put it that way. Otherwise that would be kinda mean. Alrighty, welcome to us actually having control over the submarine. And first order of business, we're going to visit the forest, the village of Moor. The village of Moor is quite nice because it gives us a new weapon that we can use. And for once we're actually not gonna use, well, fancy equipment, it's just straight up a dagger. That's all I'm gonna use here. I honestly don't really know how good the dagger is going to be in comparison to the double lance. I did not calculate that, but on the way through the next section, where we are going to go to the sunken island where Guido was, where I initially wanted to visit with the hero earlier, we are going to run into Metamorpha enemies. And these Metamorpha enemies have a rare drop that I want. That's gonna be the key. Alright, before that, I would like to have a Lumina rope. This is an armor that gives us +2 magic power, I think. So it is pretty good to say the least. We also could equip a diamond armor, which is really nice physical defense. Actually, Magus hat is gonna be better for now. That is +2 magic power for a helmet. The diamond helmet gives us, well, decent defense. So does the diamond shield for that matter. First of all, I'm gonna buy the diamond shield so I have more physical defense. I'm gonna leave out the other diamond equipment out here for now. Diamond equipment is special in the sense that it reduces all incoming lightning damage by half. Maybe I should get a diamond helmet. No, I'm not gonna equip it anyways, never mind. But yeah, that is the current plan. Yeah. Gonna equip the diamond shield. It is now 35% physical block chance rather than 30% from the gold shield. And we have a bandana and a strength armor. And more importantly, there is a weapon shop here that sells us a wind dagger. That dagger deals wind elemental damage, which is relevant, as well as it's really good attack power. Better than the other best attack weapon for now, which is the dancing dagger. And the air lancet has, well, also the weird property that when you use magic that deals wind elemental damage, that power of the magic is increased by 50%. So overall, a really good weapon, even for casters in certain circumstances. In my case, I'm gonna be using this in order to try and defeat the enemies that are going to be in Guido's cave here. These enemies are called Metamorpha. They're actually weak to wind and water element. Kind of a unique type of weakness, honestly. And we don't have a way to deal any water elemental damage, but we can deal wind damage with these daggers. So this might be as good as it gets for us to try and defeat these guys. Because if an enemy is weak against a certain element that you deal damage to them, they have 0 defense against your attack, as well as you dealing double damage. So it's kind of like a double dipping. You ignore defense and they and it ignores defense. So yeah. In the first few rooms, we are mostly going to run into these radiator enemies. So there's that. Also, what I want to do is I want to equip the power ring here. Because that is +9 strength overall. I don't even know if the diamond shield is going to be relevant here. I don't think most of the enemies are even going to physically attack. Either way, my plan is to just take out these Metamorpha guys as quick as possible. And as quick as possible is not going to be particularly fast. Our physical attack power is not that great, let's be real. And they have 7000 HP. And it's only a 1 in 16 chance to get a light staff drop from them. Plus, on top of that, I have to defeat these Metamorpha enemies when they are in their humanoid form. 1482. So, Metamorphas don't do anything. Also, by the way, they're not weak to wind, yes, after they change. That's a lot of damage there. They're not weak to wind here, but they are weak to wind here. Still worth attacking, I think. But yeah, Metamorphos are pretty fast enemies, actually, but their first turn they do nothing, which is kind of relevant, I guess. And this is gonna turn me into a frog. Unless I resist it. Rock song. And yeah, there's actually like 4 different types of Metamorpha enemies. All of them have 3 possible transformations. You just saw 2 transformations of this guy, I don't remember what the third one is. But all they do is transform, use one ability, it's always the same, and then transform again. And yeah, untransform afterwards. So this is how this is gonna go. They give us 777 gil, 20 experience, basically not worth mentioning, 3 ability points, and a 1 in 16 chance to drop us what we're looking for. So this is why I went to get the Wind Dagger. It is possible that the Double Lance is going to perform better against these guys, but I don't know. I don't get the Double Lance until I can enter Exdev's castle after visiting the Forest of Moor. I just wanted to get the Wind Dagger here. Just so I have a, well, reasonable chance to defeat these guys. So that's 1.5 attack so far. Two and a half. 3 attacks. Ow. And hey Laundry, welcome. Do I have a rule not to flee or is it easy to fight them? No, neither. I actually want the rare drop from these guys. Specifically, I want 4 of them. 1 in 16 chance to give me a light staff drop when I defeat the Metamorphos in their human form. Don't defeat them in their transformed form, because otherwise you get items from these enemies, which is not what we want. And the light staff is, well, a staff type weapon, which actually is kind of restrictive in terms of which characters can use it. Staves can only be used by White Mage, Red Mage, Chemist, Oracle, Mime, and, well, of course, Freelancer, because Freelancer can equip everything. Is that going to absorb my wind damage? No, it's not. Okay, 2.5 attacks. Gonna wait until it attacks. It did not wait until it attacks. It was too hasty. Or and win. Alright, the timing works out pretty well, so I don't have to wait, generally speaking. But yeah, those light staves, if I break them, they cast Holy. Holy is one of the most powerful offensive spells that normally only White Mage can learn, and it has 241 base attack power. To give you a frame of reference, if you break a lightning rod, it has 185 attack power, which is insanely high, generally speaking. But the Holy spell is even stronger than that, beyond that. And because Exdeath at the end of World 2 is going to be weak to Holy Element, we will both deal double damage to him if those staves end. Also, well, ignore his defense. So it's gonna be really, really good for that. Hey, there's a Shiva. That's a lot of damage. Chain. Oh, that's an Ifrit. Think he casts fire? No, wait, Blaze? I think it's Blaze. Well, Flame it's called, not Blaze. Right. 25% of my maximum health and damage. Still less damage than most of the other spells, to be fair. Another Ifrit. Did I knock you out here? No, I don't. To be fair, I probably also didn't need to attack either. I'm pretty sure this is gonna knock him out even without me attacking there. Either way, doesn't hurt. Number 5, I think? So yeah, this is going to be a really slow and lengthy grind, honestly. It's not gonna be great. But at the same time, it's going to be almost certainly faster than trying to defeat X-Def at the end of World 2 with our current level, while trying to dodge his deadly attacks that are literally, well, if he uses them I'm dead type of deal 2 out of 3 times in his first turn. Which at least once is unavoidable. There's our Ramu. This is why I may want to equip a Diamond Shield. Oh, wait. I was about to say Diamond Helmet, but apparently the Diamond Shield also halves the lightning elemental damage by half. I did not realize that. Nice, we actually defeated this thing before it could transform again. Unusual. Do I need the staff? I need 4 of them in order to cast Holy. So technically I could defeat X-Def without it, but I would deal less than half the damage. And my biggest goal against the final boss of this world is to push him below half HP. Well, a bit further than that, but for ease of explanation. But once I push X-Def into his second AI phase, when he's below the certain HP threshold, I will be able to basically guarantee to defeat him, almost. Actually kinda curious whether that's even true, because I don't have that much maximum HP. We'll see. So, and by the way, generally speaking, this cave is pretty empty of basically anything. There's no treasures in here. The best you can get out of here are these light staves as a rare drop and some blue magic that you may not have gotten until now, like Era 3 from these Enchanted Fan metamorphoses. So, it's not entirely pointless, but a lot of the solo cactus have absolutely no use for running through this cave here. Zombie breath. Huh. That's a lot of damage there, holy cow. I might have to heal. Wait. Do I have a bone? I don't. Do I have a bone mail equipped? I have to heal. I don't have a bone mail equipped. Because I have the strength armor equipped. Oh, right, that's one of these spells that has a really high variability in how much damage it can do. I remember. No light stay so far. Boost. Thank you. Oh, that's an annoying one. Because this guy is going to cause Flash, which we could resist, but the chance of resisting it is, I don't think, particularly good. And, well, it would make me miss 75% of my attacks, so I really want to use eye drops in order to remove the status. Kind of like the frog, I guess. Just need to remove the status. Oh, staff. I think that was number 8 or so far. And the further outside we get, by the way, in terms of getting out of the cave, the less metamorpha encounters there are, generally speaking. And we are almost outside at this point. So, by the way, I mentioned that earlier, but completely random, I suppose. If anybody has any interesting character concepts for D&D characters, like just themes or character ideas or just concepts, maybe something super powerful, maybe just something really wacky and goofy, something that is just interesting, I'm curious to learn about them. Come on. Because I'm looking for gathering ideas. With the Mime stats, would the X-Dev fight be doable by bonking with the holy stuff? Not really. So, here's a little fun fact to you. Wait, is it? Hang on. Before I say that thing. I'm pretty sure... Give me a second. Oh, no, actually, you're correct. So what I was about to say, I think the light staff does not actually attack with holy element, but it does. So I'm wrong. The light staff does in fact have an attack power of 30, which is actually really low, but since you ignore enemies' defense and deal double damage, it could be worthwhile to try, since you also deal max full damage from the back row. It is a magic-based attack. I don't know, actually. It's an interesting question. I don't think it's worthwhile, but it could be. It's not going to be enough damage to... What's the words? It's not going to be enough damage to... make it so I can exclusively attack with the light stuff. But beyond that, it kind of still works. Either way, welcome to the Forest of Moor. There's a number of chests in here. Some contain a bit of money. For the most part, they're not terribly interesting, I dare to say. The chests, that is. The most interesting ones overall are the ones that are the Morningstar weapon which is a staff-type weapon that is finally better than the flail you would have to use since the beginning, basically as a white mage. Basically, once you finally arrive here as a solo white mage, you probably are almost done with the challenge. Not quite, but yeah. But the other thing is, there's an elixir and there's a bunch of chests that contain a bunch of money. I don't need that much money, but I think I'm going to stock up on venom rods, just in case I need a bit more damage from separate sources. Uh-oh, attack from the back. What a meanie. Oh yeah, probably should equip my health cape again. There's a bone mail and... Oh, Magas have this the same defense as Banana. That's interesting. I did not know that. Let me actually see something quick. Okay, we have 42 defense. It actually might almost not... It would nullify... Oh. It should actually nullify the damage the Seal Guardians do, pretty much. The two chests you just saw don't really contain anything interesting. One is like a chemist's drink, which basically almost pointless. Unless you have a chemist in your party and for some reason you haven't tried them until now, I guess. Then the other one on the left side was like, I don't know, high potion? There's the elixir here, and there is the morning star just up here north. So those are the two most interesting chests in this area for now. Until we get to, well, the cutscene area. Where the forest starts to burn down. Please don't burn down forests, I don't think that's nice. That's a lot of encounters. So this is where you can get a choice, if you know about the choice, I guess. Either way, while the forest is burning down, before it has burned down, you can get an Aegis shield from the chest in the top right of this area. After the forest has burned down, that same chest contains a flame shield. So yeah, basically choose between a flame shield and an Aegis shield. An Aegis shield is an incredibly good all-around shield against magic. It only has 33 magic evasion, but it gives you immunity to petrification, which is kind of a big deal, as well as a 33% chance to block most magic attacks. Not all of them, most of them. It's like 99% or so, I don't know. Either way, in this case I'm going to choose the Flame Shield, which has 40% physical evasion, which is better than the Diamond Shield I have. But more importantly, it absorbs fire damage as healing. So there's going to be a boss fight coming up where that is going to be incredibly handy very, very soon. Also going to briefly revive all my cactus from the well here. It's kind of convenient, because I'm gonna give Galuf the wall ring, so we have an easy way to complete the cutscene a little bit later. This is not the main purpose for the wall ring, but it definitely helps speeding up a cutscene coming up. Here you just wait until the Moogle makes space. So that chest in the top right is now empty. This chest over here contains ash, effectively indicating that, well, lore-wise, that chest has burned down. It's no longer there. Goodbye. And that's kind of all there is to this. It's basically just thematic storytelling, which is neat. I appreciate that. The chest on the left, on the other hand, contains a sword that is the Flame Sword. The Flame Sword deals damage, well, deals fire damage. However, it is a knight-only sword, which is unfortunately, well, not terribly useful for the other classes that are Blue Mage, Red Mage, and Mystic Knight that could equip swords, but not knight-specific swords. Yeah, it's a pretty good sword. Really high attack power, fire-based damage. And if you have a solo knight through here, you can equip the Flame Ring or Flame Shield in order to hit yourself and absorb a lot of damage through that. By the way, I'm going to equip the Flame Shield here. Oh, wait. I'm a dingus. I didn't pick up the Flame Shield. Remember the chest that I said is empty now? Yeah, it's not. It would be empty if I picked up the Aegis Shield. Whoops. Big whoops. Also, I'm just realizing here, if I have a little bit more speed, I will be able to run away before the enemies attack me. So I'm just going to equip some agility stuff real quick. You were wondering about that. Yeah, it's like, I was on autopilot, there's the Flame Shield. This thing is really good. It has 1 more physical defense, but more importantly, 5% more physical block chance, and actually a decent amount of magic defense. But most importantly, it absorbs fire damage as healing. This shield here is the sole reason as to why I did not have to grind out 50,000 gold in the first world in order to get past the next boss. Which, to be fair, you don't have to do that. But it just makes the encounter a lot easier. And you don't have to worry about dealing burst damage to the crystals coming up. How much magic percentage evasion can you get with Mimic? Seems like Angel Rope 25%, Aegis Shield, which I think is only 8% or so, Tiara, I have no idea how much. Angel Ring is 10%, would be huge. Yeah, you can get a lot of magic evasion as a Mime. Actually kind of crazy. Pretty awesome too. Alright. Save, and let's go back in here actually to the boss. The Flame Sword, by the way, is still on the left side here. I'm going to ignore it. Because for me it's just money. I don't really need that much money. Alrighty. Going through here, welcome to the next boss, which is the Seal Guardians. Each Seal Guardian has 7,777 HP. They have different stats and element attributions. From right to... Actually, I'm just gonna wait until I'm in combat to explain that. That way I get a visual representation. Is Mime the best magic evade class? No, Freelancer would be better, I would think, with a ribbon. Or at least equivalent. And Chemist might be equivalent too? I'm not sure about that though. I don't know whether they can equip a tiara or not. Either way, I'm gonna equip a bandana for strength, power ring for strength and physical defense too. Now I have 46 physical defense. The Seal Guardians might not be able to deal damage to me, but I'm going to see that in just a moment. Normally I don't want the Bone Mail here equipped because the Seal Guardians do deal pretty solid damage physically, but I have so much physical defense that their damage is not gonna be too strong overall. And thanks to the Venom Rods, I can actually heal myself through the Bone Mail, so it's pretty awesome. Either way, welcome to the Seal Guardians. Each one of them is attributed to a different element. So, the element on the right is supposed to be water, and it would cast Aqua Rake at a certain point, but Aqua Rake is actually neutral element, so I guess it's not really water element. The crystal at the top is fire. it will cast Fire 3 once it is below 3000 HP. By the way, the way this works is each of the crystals starts with 7777 HP total. Once they drop below 3000 HP remaining, they will start casting their most powerful spells. And it's kind of spooky, honestly, because their spells hit like a truck. So yeah. The bottom crystal is Earthshaker. So at least I think it's Earthshaker. By the way, it's basically a ground-based attack. It deals about 500 damage to your entire party. And the crystal on the left is wind-based. It deals, well, Arrow 3 to your entire party. All of the crystal attacks always target your entire party, and they are balanced around hitting a single target. Excuse me. They are balanced around hitting multi-targets. So the top crystal using Fire 3. Fire 3 is both a spell that can be single-targeted or multi-targeted. If you multi-target a spell, its attack power is halved on all targets. So 185 base attack power for Fire 3 is halved to 92.5, rounded down to 92. That's gonna be its attack power, which, in short, these guys have enough magic power that it will still deal about 500 damage. Actually, for Fire 3 more about 600 damage to your entire party. So it is kind of dangerous, to say the least, because you will not usually have a character that has as much HP as our solo characters have. Once again, this is kind of where it's useful to have a single character that has all the experience just kind of focused on them. My very first casual playthrough, what I actually figured out is that I grabbed the Flame Shield because, well, I did not know about the Aegis Shield beforehand. And I had a Mystic Knight in my team. The Mystic Knight just kind of managed to defeat these crystals. I was usually trying to keep my entire team alive, but I just noticed that my Mystic Knight was able to just completely solo this entire encounter, because, well, with a Flame Shield, you absorb fire damage as healing. And as soon as the top crystal is going to start casting Fire 3, well, it's going to heal me. And that's kind of the short version about this. What I'm gonna do here is I'm going to equip the Dancing Dagger, because I think it has a higher damage potential on average. Actually, I'm really not sure about that. Let's just go with the Air Lancer. It's gonna be slow but steady. Either way, so you can probably already see my strategy. Their elemental spells are pretty dangerous, but because I effectively get healed every turn by the Fire Crystal, well, it should not be dangerous at all. There is actually going to be a slight danger, because both Fire 3 and Arrow 3 can be multi or single target. Both of these spells are roughly balanced around dealing 400 to 600 damage to your entire party, each one of the characters, but because I only have a single character, the attack power of the spell is going to be doubled in comparison. So Arrow 3 will actually deal more like 400-ish damage? 600? 700? Wait. Actually it's more like 800 to 900 damage from Arrow 3, I think. Either way, if I get hit by 2 Arrow 3s in a row without getting healed in between, I might just die. And the catch is here, the Fire Crystal is the slowest of the bunch, while the Wind Crystal is the fastest of the bunch, so I actually have to be really careful around this entire thing here. There's absolutely no risk about the Water Crystal on the right side or the Earth Crystal on the bottom side. Neither of these will ever come close to knocking me out, so we can just hold down the A button until the first 2 crystals are going to be defeated here. And yeah, that's all there is to this. I'm actually kind of surprised that their critical attack does not pierce my armor anyways. Never mind, I just realized. So, this critical attack of the Seal Guardians is literally just a regular attack. Because, let me explain this again, kind of like I explained it yesterday. Certain enemies have a move that is in the algorithms guide, basically the in-depth guide for the game, is called Specialty. The Specialty attack can take various forms. It can be an attack that deals double damage, 1.5 times damage. It can be an attack that has a status effect added to it. It's basically kind of a number of possible effects. These specialty attacks just kind of have different names. And the critical attack is not actually, well, an actual critical attack. It's just the specialty attack that is named critical. So consequently, each one of these specialty attacks needs to have something attributed to what these, well, specialty attacks actually do. And in this case, for the Seal Guardians, there is no attribute to their specialty attack, which means it's just a regular old attack. Their critical move deals the exact same damage as a regular attack, and that's all there is to this. Why does that happen? Either for balancing reasons, maybe to make the encounter more tense when you think that the enemy actually does deal critical damage, or maybe they just forgot. I don't know. I'm just speculating here. But as a matter of fact, their critical attacks does not actually deal any more or less damage. It's the exact same as a regular attack. Which also means, because I have enough defense to completely nullify their attack power, it doesn't do anything. I feel like I should make a pet pictures channel in the Discord, because I'm like part of 4 Discords. I usually mute most of the channels because that would be way too many messages otherwise. But I'm pretty much not muting the pet pictures channel in any of the Discords I'm in. So, yeah. These enemies are such fakes, they don't even have names. Is Aqua Ray classed as non-elemental? Yes, it is. They probably just forgot to classify Aqua Ray as water-based damage, because it definitely feels like that water and earth-based damage were a late addition to the game. Like, my assumption is that water and ice were the same element, and poison to earth was the same element until a certain point, and then they decided to change that. And I feel like that's why there's so few water and earth-based attacks in the game in the first place. Because there's only, I think, 3 or 4 ways to deal water-based damage as a player character. 1 is using Water Scrolls as a ninja, 2 is casting Leviathan Summon as a summoner, 3 is using some of the Gaia effects from a Geomancer. Boost, thank you. They made a desert attribute as the workaround. Yes, that is definitely a thing. So Aqua Ray can deal 8 times damage to desert type enemies, which is probably its main purpose. It's still a pretty solid area of effect spell in the early game, to be fair. But yes, that's basically another indicator for the water element probably being added late in development, because the staff for a mage that increases all elemental attack power or magic power does not actually increase the magic power of water element. Only Chemist has specifically a mix that can make you boost your water elemental damage. Which, by the way, with that, Leviathan is literally the strongest spell in the game. Without that, well, Bahamut is technically the strongest summon anyways. But Sildra is a lot more MP efficient, with not much less power if you boost the wind element attack. And yeah, Sildra is one of those spells or summons that deals extra damage with the air lancet equipped. The wind dagger, the air knife, whatever you want to call it. The breeze poker. The gust stabber. Also, this is a pretty lengthy fight. I really hope I don't mess up against the last part here. Alright. Oh, right. I forgot. Of course, the wind dagger does not work against the wind elemental crystal. So that's why I should use the Orichalcon dagger. That's another reason why you want to buy the Orichalcon dagger. Or alternatively, the dancing dagger works as well, but you have a lot less control on when the wind crystal is going to push into the next phase. Huh, I found another use for the Mimic. I finally have a way of just holding down the A button and attacking the wind crystal without having to switch my target all the time. Because Mimic just mimics my move and also target with it. It's kind of neat. Can you mimic the sword dance proc of the dancing dagger? No. What Mimic does mimic is the action you take. And the action I take is attacking or using the fight command. And the fight command will just proc the dancing dagger or it doesn't. Basically, what I'm doing is I'm just doing a regular attack on the left crystal every time I select the Mime command right now. It doesn't actually do anything else. Okay, 2400 is fine. So one sword dance right now would be fine. But if I deal any more damage, I need to switch over to the Halcon dagger. Oh, nice. 2352. This is actually pretty much perfect. Alright. So the crystal on the left is now just above 3000 HP remaining. 3157. So what I want to do is I want to wait until the crystal on the left just goes and then attack it. 528. So now, this is gonna be very dangerous, because the wind crystal is a fair bit faster than me. It deals more damage to me than... Oh. I have a Venom Rod. More than half my HP. I did not pay attention how quick the fire crystal went. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do this. Hang on. I'm gonna heal this thing back up. Alright, it would have been fine. I need to pay attention as to what the threshold is between the two crystals, basically, for when one crystal goes before the other one. Critical... Yeah. Basically, what can happen and what will happen at some point is that the wind crystal will attack twice for the fire crystal attacking once. And this is actually going to happen right here. Wait, no, this is gonna be fine. This would be fine. Yeah, this is the spooky part. So... how many turns does the Wind Crystal go before? I think what I want to do is I want to fish for a Sword Dance, honestly. And that would have been fine still. Hey Silesium, welcome. How are you doing today? Yeah, I wanna fish for a Sword Dance. I need to pay close attention as to how much damage the crystal on the, or when the crystal moves on the left. Ah. 03. Basically, if the Wind Crystal goes twice in a row, which is, well, it's going to happen at some point, it's just really, really dangerous. I'm really trying to just fish for that Sword Dance right here. I'm waiting until they align again. Okay, Fire Crystal, and immediately after should be the Wind Crystal. Okay, waiting one more segment. Fire Crystal, immediately after Wind Crystal here, then the Wind Crystal goes again next. Hope for a Sword Dance, 1 in 8 chance. Workout. And these things have a ridiculous amount of MP. It's going to be... it's basically almost impossible running these things out of magic. Also, in case you're curious, they are immune to poison. So I can actually not use a Venom Rod on the back crystal for, like, reliable single target damage. It does not work. Yeah, gonna wait another cycle until the crystals align again. Fire Crystal immediately after should be the Wind Crystal here, I think. It's not that close. Wind Crystal might go again before Fire right here. Right, this should be close enough. Heal it again. 113 HP above the threshold right now, in case you're curious. And yes, the only rod that can hurt them is fire, except for the Fire Crystal, of course. Which may not be the worst idea. It should be reliable damage. Okay. Wind Crystal immediately after. Not that close. Waiting one more cycle. Okay, Wind is going to be immediately after here. I dare hope for a Sword Dance. Archer's about to do it. That is going to complicate this slightly. Ouch. This is where having more maximum HP would be really, really nice. But there's a healing stuff on this thing. Let's see how much that does. 400, alright. 281 HP above 3000 right now. I really wished Wind Crystal wasn't as fast as it is, because this really complicates things. But then again, you could also say it is more interesting, complicates it, and requires some adapting and strategy. You could just YOLO it, so to speak, if you want to use that phrase. Not necessarily recommended. Okay, fire went after wind right here. I'm gonna wait another second or sections. Would be kind of funny if I actually managed to run the fire crystal out of magic. But I think they have like 7,777 MP as well, which means it's very unlikely to run them out of magic anytime soon. That would take like an hour or two. Let's see. Tempting Tango doesn't do anything. Come on, Varys, you've been so good with sword dances before. Hey Zillium, thank you for the 100 happy rabbits. I really appreciate those. Thank you so much. Coach, show these crystals who's boss. Well, right now the crystals are the boss. Because I'm at... well, I guess I'm at the mercy of Varys' sword dance. But thank you. Okay. I think when crystal moves right after here. Nope. One more cycle waiting. When crystal goes before now, this is fine. Gonna heal it again here. Gonna use the healing staff again. Do 7-6. Creeping closer back to 3000 HP remaining. 141 if my calculation is correct, just above it. Alrighty, back to waiting until the cycles align again. We need some confidence here. I've never been good at that, I'm sorry. That's close enough. Tempting Tango. Oh no. Gonna wait another 2 cycles or so. Like one more cycle here. Almost wanted to attack there, would have been bad. Alright, here we go. Mystery Waltz! Huh. I will eventually drain that crystal out of all its MP. Because Mystery Waltz doesn't deal damage, it absorbs MP. Well, it's MP damage if you will. But it's almost entirely pointless. I think we have gotten every dance multiple times, except for the sword dance that I'm looking for. Close enough? Nope, not yet. Next cycle we go, I think. Nope, not yet. They're too far apart. There we go. Hope for a sword dance, please. Nope, Mystery Waltz again. You don't think a Mystery Waltz has ever saved a run in Final Fantasy V? It's convenient for certain mage classes to just, well, you give them a dance and, well, maybe they can restore their MP. The one place where it technically could be useful is absorbing MP from the barriers, I feel. Because they don't have that much maximum anyways. Might be sketchy going here. Let's do it anyways. Jitterbug, do it. 208 damage. We're at 933 damage. Well. Once again, this is a really awkward number right here. I can be really cheeky here. And use 2 potions. He does a 2983 HP remaining. And now it is at 3033 HP remaining. I'm glad my calculation is correct, by the way. Then again, I would have probably 2 or 3 more turns before it would become critical. Well, waiting again. Now would be perfect for the sword dance, by the way, because we are as close to 3000 HP as we probably are going to get. Is that good enough here? Yep, that's good enough. Let's go. Sword dance, there we go. Varys was just trying to fiddle the numbers just close enough. Alright, fire goes right after the wind crystal, that's perfect. It means it's gonna take the maximum amount of turns in order to, well, get closer there. And instead of relying on the dancing dagger, this is where the Orichalcan reliable damage is going to come in handy. Well, maybe not that reliable, because that was 408 damage. It has 417 HP remaining. Let's see whether the Morningstar might deal more damage. Yep. Okay. Nice. Alright, and the rest is just finish it off. Good job, Varys. Good old back row wind crystal. It actually does take front row damage once you get rid of the crystals on the right. It is no longer considered back row. Morningstar damage saved today. I'm reasonably certain that we would have survived like 2 more turns without healing, and I could have healed in between too, so it's mostly fine. I was just trying to play it super safe, honestly. But definitely Morningstar damage. Well, it is a high variance of 50% from minimum to maximum. Well, it's from 50% to 150% damage, let's put it that way for Morningstar. So it is very, very variable. Not that great. But hey, eventually we win. Nice. Very nice. Does the Fire Crystal not count as in front of it? No. As a matter of fact, the Wind Crystal and the Fire Crystal are both in the back row at the beginning of battle, if I'm not Wait, no, that's not true. No, actually only the Wind Crystal is in the back row. The Mime just doesn't deal that much damage with physical attacks, is the catch. Boost. Thank you. So this is going to be coming up as to why I gave Galuf a wall ring. Because a level 1 Galuf is not going to be able to complete this cutscene fight particularly fast. In fact, it will take like, I don't know, 10-20 minutes, depending on how lucky you get with certain weapon procs. And this is going to help him defeat the X-Death a lot more quickly than this. Bum, 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 bum. Alrighty. Galuf with the wall ring equipped is going to just reflect all the spells here. But the idea is you need to deal, what was it, like 8000 damage to X-Death? And then you need to deal some physical attacks in order to knock him out for good in the end. So we don't really have any way to deal any good damage. Like, my best weapon would have been the Wind Katana earlier, which has a proc chance for dealing 800 damage with a 1 in 8 chance. Beyond that, like 100 damage per attack. It's really not much damage that I could deal otherwise. So, Wall Ring, just reflecting X-Dev's attacks back at him, staring him in the face, and then just poking him with a little stick is gonna be a little bit faster than this. Basically, I think only the last text box I need to, well, advance by attacking. Beyond that, Galuf can't die. Ah, it is 7,000 damage that Galuf needs to deal. I think I have to poke him now, in order to advance the cutscene. Yeah. It would be funny if he continued casting, because then you would potentially be able to defeat X-Dev with just waiting until he bounces back all the spells. But unfortunately, that doesn't work. Need to poke him 3 times in order for him to realize that he's been defeated by a guy at level 1 with just a little ring equipped and a dagger. Okay. Oop. How did I do that? I accidentally put my entire browser off screen. How did that happen? Thankfully, by now I've learned key combination on how to reverse that, basically. Good night, Galuf. Hello! Welcome new people. Hope you're doing well. Alrighty, and this is how we can enter the final boss's lair, so to speak. Exdev's castle. And we are going to enter there next time. So, to give you a frame of reference, what is going to happen next stream, I will be entering Exdev Castle. I'm going to get a weapon out of there called the Double Lance, and then subsequently I will be going back outside into Gita's cave, where I already tried to grab some light staves from the Metamorpha enemies. I don't know whether the Double Lance is gonna be stronger than the Wind Dagger. It might be, because it's really crazy powerful. But yeah, we'll figure that out next time. It's gonna be a bit of a check inside here. So if you missed the beginning of next stream, don't worry too much about it, because, well, going to be basically just grabbing that thing, going outside, and then we're going to dig for 4 light staves before we actually go back into the castle. So everybody, thank you so much for watching, for listening and for lurking, for being around and being awesome. I hope you enjoyed your stay, and hopefully until next time, take care and have a good night.